Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to the Italian Poker Sport. Final day live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal. Cards are about to be in the air. I'm really excited for this one. It's a massive event with huge money up top. It's your main man, Action Man Dan here, your broadcaster and host for the duration of this event. Welcome wherever you are tuning in from. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on Twitch. Hello to the Action Army. If you're tuning in from YouTube, we've got great new content on there. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We've got great new content. We're on all the social media platforms. We have a TikTok channel, King's Resort Official, on there. And if you want to buy some merchandise or find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website, www.kingsresort.com. 30 players remaining in this field. Small blind is 125k, big blind is 250k with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Let's just see how this day unfolds and what it has in store. Mark shoving from the small with Queen Jack off suit. We don't have Clement Cure, but we do have a Frenchman at this table called Kevin Clement. Perhaps a friend. Guess we'll find out. We've got two players from the Czech Republic, a German, a French, one Italiano. Taking that one down from the small. You can have a player from China. So many different nationalities flocking to this fantastic resort. 29 players remaining now. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen how many players are remaining, how many entries started. This is a €380 buy-in. All players basically guaranteed €4,000. €3,975 currently. We had 3,847 entries, generating a prize pool of close to 1.3 million. First prize today, folks, it's a whopper €189,650, and if you include the ticket with that, worth €10,350. That's good for €200,000 total. Top 12 finishers in this event will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket for later on this year. So there is so much to play for here, so much to talk about. Robert raising to 550 with the Jack 7 of clubs from under the gun, which is a little bit spicy. Gets the job done though. Takes down the blinds and antes, adding 625k to his stack. Apocalypse UK is in the house. Hello, Apocalypse. How are you, sir? Queens for Fernando, 625 to go, 2.5 times the big. Apocalypse says, do we know if KM got through today? I haven't heard from Johan. Okay, well, my thoughts on this would be if we haven't heard from the moderators still in the field, chances are they are gone. More likely that we would be told if they were still in. It had crossed my mind. I'm not exactly sure how many studs are left in the field, Apocalypse. What do you think yourself? A lot of these players playing for life-changing money, it has to be said, and they won't have been in this kind of situation before. Kevin making it 650 to go. Now sometimes we just see players jamming with ace king off these kind of stack sizes, which are totally fine, but he's going for the 2.5 times the big blind, trying to get value, which I prefer. Invite people in with hands like king 10 suited, king jack suited, king queen suited, all the ace x combos that are below ours. Fold all the way around to the big blind. Ace deuce for Fernando. 400k to call. I prefer to just let this one go. You'll see a lot of players just over defend there with the ace deuce, ace 3 and ace 4 offsuit combinations. Fine to defend here if we're really deep, but when our opponent only has 12, 13 bigs to start the hand, just not one we really want to be playing with for 2.5 times the big blind. Even if we do have our big blind invested and our big blind ante. Kevin raising to 650 with pocket tens under the gun +1. There is a page on blooming in a spot or two to go from 3,975 euro to 4,675 euro, and the jumps are just going to get bigger from there. Ren all in for his last 3 bigs here with king jack offsuit. So Daniel is deciding whether to call for an additional 475k. By the way, pink chips are 500k, white chips are 100k, and the green chips are 25k each. So he's in for a penny, in for a pound. Feels like he's enough money invested. Now Kevin can only call because it's an under raise. Ace 3 is the flop. Nothing in it for Daniel. Nothing in it for Ren. Kevin just wants to take this down with a bet. Can just move all in if he wants. So looks like he's playing this one cautiously. Don't really like this from Kevin. We don't want to see him with diamonds or overcards. Daniel betting $1 million as a bluff here. Kevin going to commit some chips. 4.5 million in the middle. Ren picking up equity here on the turn also. River is the 3 of clubs. Nothing in it for Daniel. Unless he wants to move all in and rep that flush or an ace or maybe even a 3. 3 wouldn't bet the river here though. Although, would your opponent really check back an ace on the flop? It's unlikely. This one will just get shown down. Ren will be eliminated. Daniel will lose some chips and Kevin will win a nice pot. He's up to 6.75 mil. We are playing 1 hour levels today, and that's very important to note. Apocalypse asked, what time did it finish last night? I think there was still about 140 players when he went to bed. It finished... I was in bed for 4 o'clock, so it would have been about 3:30 of a finish there, in or around that time for the players. So hopefully they've had a nice rest. It's going to be a very long day. A lot of chips in play. There was a lot of entries. There's a lot of money at stake, and it's 1 hour blinds. So go grab your snacks now. I predict we are in for a 12-hour grind. I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. Pots and pots of coffee is the secret. Plenty of fizzy drinks here and there. Lots of food and fruit. Players want to be eating healthy if they've got this marathon session ahead of them. Jack 6-5 is the flop. Fernando bet raising to 1.4 million, and now Robert. King 3, 700k to call. Don't think he's liking this. It's going to be forced to fold. It was a wide enough open in the cutoff to begin with. Proctor says, good luck to those left in. Finishing that late, I'll be turning up for day 3 dead. Well, you see, that's the other thing. If you go to bed, like, you want to be up in time to be getting some form of a workout in. It doesn't need to be much, obviously. A walk, a meditation, whatever works for you. A nice breakfast, maybe a sauna. Ice bath would be ideal. But when you go to bed wrecked at that hour, I don't know how much time you're going to have. I certainly didn't get much of my morning routine in, but I did sleep, and that was the important thing to me. Did dump a 2-litre bottle of ice cold water over my head. That fairly woke me up less than an hour ago. What's the weather like over there, Apocalypse? I think we are set to have a heat wave in Ireland this week. And Ritza with the ace-9 of hearts, going to raise. Apocalypse says, well, an hour ago it was really sunny. Now we've got heavy rain. Standard situation. Fernando getting the job done there with a 3-bet. Poppy Lawrence Dean asking who the commentators are. Just the one, Action Man Dan, your host and broadcaster for the duration of this event. What a day of poker it's going to be. Nice to have you with us, Poppy. Come on in, the water's lovely. Apocalypse says meant to be thunderstorms tonight. Yeah, it's always in and out. I have to keep my window closed today because it's that time of the year where all the wasps are dying off, and you don't want to hear me trying to negotiate with some wasps while I'm commentating on hands. And as you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 27 players remaining now, and that means they are all guaranteed €4,675. There's a pay jump of at least a buy-in happening every couple of spots, so keep an eye on that. It will slow the action down. Players are going to take time with their decisions today. Like I said already, a lot of them won't have played for this kind of money before, as you would assume. Poppy asking, any familiar names still in? Dom is asking, where is the stream for outer tables? No outer table streams. We only have information on the feature table. We are on a 30-minute delay. We are as live can be. Michael raising to 500k, and look at this dream scenario here for Kevin. 3-betting. I like his 3-bet size, less than 2.5x, just 1.2 million. Yeah, sorry to hear about your kids there, Poppy. Hope they're all right. Michael just won't be able to continue here in the hijack for 700k. The King Jack offsuit combination not going to cut the mustard. Kevin will show the goodies. Poppy is asking, would it be better to just call with aces pre? You know, it is. It's just, if you think your opponent can call you for 700k more there when he's already invested 500, you just want to start building a pot now. It is totally acceptable to call in position, and sometimes that would be better play. I would prefer to call if we were just on the button there. He was in the cutoff. It was cutoff against hijack, so he still has the button, the small, and the big blind to worry about. If we think our opponents on the button, the small or the big, have been squeezing a lot or are liable to pull a lot of chips in pre, then I think calling becomes the superior play. But if he thinks he can get the original opener to call and go heads up, when we're in position, I think it's fine to just put more money in. Now, off those stacks though, I think we're getting close to 30 bigs, right? You had close to 7 million. If we had like 5 million or a little bit less, I think it becomes more of a flat. Thank you for your question. Plus, these players don't have that much, well, from what we can tell, they're just playing 11 hands. They might have significant history and information with each other on outer tables that we are unaware of, but for the most part, we're in the feeling out stage. Kevin feeling that one out on the river, getting some value. 3 additional big blinds. Robert paying the man on 10-7, 3 Queen Jack. Not a good run out for the ace 10. Shakes his head. We'll now be playing sub 20 big blinds. Kevin having a nice run here in the first orbit. Apocalypse, can we get the start of day chip counts there, please, if you have them? Just to put them in the chat if people are asking. Yeah, it's so easy to play poker when we can see the cards. That is something I'm always saying on this channel. We are spoiled for choice. It's great that we live in an age where we can see what everyone has and what they're up to at the table. Fish it, as said, it would also be more interesting if there were short stacks and aggressive players after him. Yes, 100%. So I couldn't see the exact stack sizes behind on the button, the small and the big, but if we have a few squeezers who are liable to just jam, or if we have a big stack behind us who are liable to just make a healthy 3-bet, then I think it becomes more of a flat with the aces. Without this kind of information, I think it's probably better to just 3-bet the aces. It all depends on how much you think your opponent is going to go crazy with you post-flop. We want to start constructing a 3-betting range from the cutoff, so why not throw in aces there? And Fish with some good information there, saying he played Kevin in a cash game last week. He was definitely a solid player. I had a quick scan there at the chip counts at the start of the day, and I don't really recognize any stars in the field. Which is really cool in a way. Obviously, you always want 1 or 2 sickos because they provide such great entertainment, and it's amazing to see what they do next, and it's such a treat. But on the flip side of that, you're going to have a lot of players here who've never played for this kind of money before, and it's going to create really interesting dynamics to commentate on, and the pressure is really on today. It's not often you'll have the chance down to the last few tables to play for a 10 grand ticket, and then on top of that, the guts of €200,000, the title of Italian poker sport champion. It was a little passive by Kevin, yes. I'm going to try not to be too harsh. I call the action as I see it every time, but it has to be acknowledged that we have to have awareness towards the players not being in this situation many times in their life. You're going to see some bizarre plays. It's just the way it's going to be. And usually what happens then is a star is born. It may be even a couple of stars who just start playing out of their socks. Only time will tell. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Ace, 6, deuce. Mark with the queen, jack of diamonds. And Fernando, the king, queen on the button. He is going to call the bet of 700k. We will see the turn. Turn gives Mark a pair. Now, Mark only has 1.6 million behind. So big decision here for Mark. Fernando picks up some outs. He can make a straight with a 10. Fish asking the average stack. The average stack will pop up on the screen in the right-hand corner, just below where it shows the field size. That will happen every couple of hands. But in general, with 1 hour blinds in a tournament like this, with so many entries and so much chips in play, the average stack will be usually between 30 and 40 big blinds consistently. Thank you for your question. So you're looking at an average stack of about 10 million at the moment. Rulitza is your chip leader here with 42 bigs. And Kevin not too far behind, and Fernando, Michael, the rest are in the lower end of the pack. Yeah, I didn't really understand what was going on in that last hand either, because you would expect your opponent to have an ace when he calls the flop. With just 6 big blinds behind, hoping for a Hail Mary. Robert raising to 550 in the hijack with 6 deuce of hearts. This is very wide from Robert. Yes, thank you, Apocalypse. The average stack is roughly, yeah, like I said, between 30 and 40 big blinds usually. It will rarely dip under 25 bigs, and it will rarely go above 40 unless we are like in a three-handed situation, or sometimes heads up. We've had some epic battles recently where players both had the guts of 100 big blinds each. We are prepared for all cases here. This ain't our first rodeo, although it is rare that we have tournaments with this kind of field size. What a moment for these players playing for this kind of money. €380 buy-in. Not something you see every day. It makes the King's Resort so good, so lucrative. Something for everyone in the audience. look at this. We've got action. Robert with the ace king and Mark with the tens. Poppy says fireworks now. I predict so, Poppy. All in and call on the feature table. This pot just shy of 10 million. Coin flip situation. Queen Jack Jack is the flop. 31% for the ace king now. Tens looking good as we hit the turn. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. And the river. River is the 9. Mark prevails and Robert is left with fumes. He'll be playing 3 big blinds or less. Just over 3 bigs it looks like. Mark, however, going to be playing just under 10 mil. Big moment for Mark. The Italian man playing above average stack now, very close to 40 big blinds, which is massive at this late stage, with 27 remaining. Mjello says hello, Tutti. Hello, Mjello. Welcome, buddy. Yeah, so the stream table average and the tournament average are just about the same. There's about a big blind separating them. 8 mil is your current average stack overall with 27 players remaining. Robert all in under a gun with 4-3 of clubs. I think I just let that go. It is close. But under the gun, just 4-3, even if it is suited. We rate to have a better hand in the blinds. It's just not going to play that well in an all-in situation. Daniel calling in the hijack. Daniel 2-1 favorite here with the king jack of clubs. The opportunity to knock out a player. Eight, 7 deuce is the flop. Turn is a 4. Big bink there for Robert on the turn. River is a 7. Robert survives. Now playing just under 10 big blinds. We seen this yesterday. Guy span He spanned 3 bigs all the way up to about 50. Fernando under the gun, raising to 675 with ace 10 of clubs. Daniel calling with the queen 7 of clubs. Don't really understand this at all from Daniel. This is not something you want to do at home, folks. Especially when you've only got 12 to 14 bigs to start the hand. No, this is not a hand you want to have in your calling range here. Look how much he's putting in. What's going on? Don't try this at home, folks. It must be his lucky hand. That's all I can say. Expect the unexpected at the King's Resort. I say it every time. Robert has Shovinski'd from the big blind. Fernando has called. Daniel saying, well, you know what? Look how much money's out there up for grabs. Let's call with the queen 7. Ace in the window, followed by 2 kings. Now Fernando betting enough to put Daniel all in. Gets out of the way, and players will probably be delighted to see that they both have the same hand. Neither player with a diamond. Guys are going to chop it up. We've had one more elimination. Someone is hitting the fruity machines hard in the background. 26 players remaining now. We will have a redraw when we reach the final 16. We'll come back with 2 tables of 8. There's a pay jump of about $1,000 between 24th place and 23rd place, so that's a huge pay jump. and that is going to slow the action down for sure. Poppy says everybody hoping on a god hand now that Daniel is OG max tilt. I don't know, Poppy. I don't think you've seen anything yet. Wait. Plenty of wildness to commence. Ritz on the button, 40 bigs. Only joking, Poppy. But just strap in, because this show is just getting started. Get some popcorn, seatbelts and airbags. I expect to see chips flying everywhere. Ritza raises to 600k with the ace-6 of spades. Fernando calling in the big blind with jack-7 of spades and the flop 9-7 deuce. Fernando checking on the turn. Nearly 3 million in the pot now. Queen of clubs hitting the turn. And it looks like Ritza is going to go for a second barrel. This is a hand designed to get a 7, or a bet that's designed to get a 7 to fold. Maybe even a 9 sometimes. Strong play there from the ace-6. The double barrel working. .25 players remaining now. Oh yes, so we will have a redraw when we have one more elimination. We will come back with 3 tables of 8. So we'll have a redraw at 24 players remaining, 16 players remaining, and then of course a redraw for the final 9 for the final table. Robert all in from the button, 3 mil with the ace-king of spades. Michael with the decision, 2.5 million to call. I think we can just let this one go for nearly half our stack. The ace-king with a nice pickup there, although he wouldn't have minded a call from a hand like ace-10 offsuit. Daniel all in from the small blind here. Ace-4 diamonds. Michael going to be priced in with Jack-10, and we're off to the races. 60-40 here in Daniel's favour. 2.8 million in the pot up for grabs. Daniel, the at-risk player. Just a 5 big blind jam. Not much to talk about here. Super standard stuff. Every pot counting in the Italian poker sport. King 10-4 is the flop. Michael with the pair of 10s. Daniel needing a 4 or an ace. The turn is a jack. Daniel can now make a straight on the river with a queen. River is the 3 of hearts, and that is going to say goodbye to Daniel in 25th place. That means, folks, 24 players remaining now, and we are going to go on a 20-minute break and come back with 3 tables of 8. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. This one is just getting started. Don't go anywhere, and I will see you all in a few moments.
Can he find the ace? Oh, no.
No way. Queen of spades, corner pocket.
Just kidding, obviously. Ultra Instinct says baguette. And Henry, you see what I'm saying? The stand-up game.
First one of the night, Gazzy. Let's go.
I'm going to say that Elkie loses. Give me odds. Give me 3 to 1.
Booked? Okay.
Oh, wait, no. Yeah,
No,
okay.
booked.
Fine. Wait, we didn't say how much.
I mean,
€1 million.
So it's okay. It's 3.6. The chair has to tempt you.
How about €5?
You can put it.
make it 10.
All right, so we're all square right now in props.
We are indeed.
That's a drug. Come on. If you drink really.
Quickly, before the hands go round. Booked. Okay, €10 booked.
3 to 1.
4.
Yabing said poker room kings, and then it's all in caps lock, so you're just getting...
We should have the drinking like round, and this could be fun. You call? Yes. And I have the position, yeah?
What table is this?
It's just a live stream patch game.
Queen, Jack suited, pocket 7s, 8-4.
Yeah, you can show him. Like,
8-4 bags out.
Two of the deepest players at the table, 40k effective. IRV Master General saying good evening, lads. Fantastic stream last night with cracking commentary. Strapped in for another long one tonight. Welcome back, IRV Meister, and we're here with you. We're prepared for this one.
Henry, I love these people. They're so nice to us.
They are indeed. Honestly, feel like tonight's game is going to be a bit wilder than yesterday, if that's even possible. Ace of diamonds rolls off on the turn. 15-6 in the middle. Lupu comes with the double barrel.
Oh, wow.
A lot of people talking about Yo Viral Stream. I received word from the tech team saying Yo streams are down, but he has his own technical department / team on it. They're having some technical difficulties, and they will get that sorted in due course. John not going anywhere with the sevens.
I get it 3 on the turn. Didn't get it 3. John is
Because it's
fearless.
they put too much alcohol inside. Yeah, I mean the tips, yeah.
It's like Lupu disagrees with us. Counting out. Snap call from John. Snap call. John beat him to the pot.
Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show.
Tough spot for you.
We're still here.
What do you drink, Hamid? Shivas with me?
No, you're having
Shivas with me.
when I finish these 3 drinks, I'll go on the Chivas.
Yeah,
You're not 2 hours late, buddy.
Cool. I think it's gonna make me one more easy. Like, can we call the waiter? Yeah, it's okay. You want the waiter, please?
Stand-up game again.
That was close to
Let's
fold.
go.
But if you throw the coins, fold, you fold. Yeah. I know. So I'm 50%.
Yeah, you lost the flip. You lost the coin flip.
Yeah, I lost the coin thing.
On the river.
Yeah, you saw?
Your actually was really
But it was, yeah, Let's go.
Henry, I'm going to talk for just a second and I'm going to say something controversial and I don't think you're going to like it. But I don't think John had made up his mind for heads call, tails folds.
No, neither do I.
If you fold, this could be great.
I'm sure the people in the chat, the viewers, they love the show.
No?
Because this
Can
win
we
the trophy, bro.
12.
12,000 to raise
Mean race?
from
Mean race?
John with aces and 9s. John loves ace 9, doesn't he?
John is my second name.
I love John.
John is easy.
With ace 7, he is drawing to a trot. The only way he can get his money back here is if a queen rolls off. That's all.
Yeah, you can set that. Thanks,
Amory.
He's not able to get away from top pair right now. Certainly no shame in that. And if a clean river rolls off, or dare I say it, if a 7 rolls off,
Oh boy.
it is a clean river. Only 3 deuce gets there. None of these players will ever have 3 deuce.
25. We're gonna.
Oh, go on, Big John. Goes big.
There is in total of 3 breaks.
At
It's 8
what time?
hours stream.
When?
I think Lupu is going to pay this off.
He will last.
Tough night for Lupu so far. Can he get away from this one?
I think it will play.
Yeah, he's not as chatty as he was yesterday. I mean, the back end of the stream yesterday was pretty brutal,
Yeah.
given the fact that he was up 100,000 at one point, ended up finishing down around 20,000. I've been asking Lupu to tank for an additional minute.
I wasn't here when we started.
Makes the call. Another 80k pot going John's way. He gets to take a seat, and Lupu is now down 6 figures.
I owed Henry 10 euros. If not, he owes me 10 euros. And I think your tab right now is sitting at 29?
19 pounds.
Nice. Oh, yeah. What did I lose? Oh, yeah, the jacket. 19 euros. Whatever I win off of you, I'm going to take straight to the roulette table and stick on 32. Okay?
Not just on one number though. Like,
Okay, I'll split 32 and 29.
yeah, spread it a little bit.
I'll spread it for you. Ace Queen versus Jack 10 versus 10 8. 3 very pretty, very playable hands. Just a wad of hundos. He stepped away. Yeah, he stepped away from the table. And Espen Classy Beef.
Oh my god. Lupu's in the triple straddle. He's in the 800 with ace queen. So Yo's.
I think Yo might have double straddled, or surely he hasn't mid-open Jack
Oh
10
wow.
suited.
You might be right, you know. I think you're right.
And is he just... Oh, I thought he was just calling for a second. Would have been fireworks if so. He's made it 6,500 to go. Lupu with a semi-monster himself. Ace Queen of Diamonds.
I think you might be right, Kazi. This could create a really interesting dynamic. Although, if we see the 3-bet from Lupu, I assume the Jack 10's going in the muck.
Lupu reaching. Those are not calling chips. That is a re-raise. Don't know where that came from.
Don't blame me, mate. for bringing the energy in this hand.
18.8. Yo Viral mucks the Jack 10.
120,000 effective.
100K.
100K behind with 27,000 in the middle already.
I think I'm about to owe you 10 euros, my friend.
Not sure. I mean, I don't think Lupu calls off, and I don't think Espen just flats. I think this just unfortunately gets taken down pre.
Depends on what size Espen goes with. If he shoves, although Lupu's had a tough night, he might just say F it.
If this flop comes queen high,
that is just a call.
40K in the middle already. 5-3-3 rainbow, not a single diamond on board. No fireworks this hand. This is going to be the final hand before we go on break. 15-minute break after this hand.
Yo Viral singing away as Lupu is reaching. Bets 9,000 euros. Very small bet there in relation to the size of the pot. Of course, 9,000 euros is a lot of money. But less than 25% pots. And Classy Beef. This hand doesn't need too much protection. I think we'll see him come on the call. Although you never know. Does make the call. Seven of diamonds on the turn. Changes nothing. Espen still with the best of it. Is he going to blast this one off?
Surely always goes check, check, right, Kazi?
I have no idea what to predict. I would imagine it does, but Lupu might just unload the clip here. This is tense, guys and girls. Last hand before the break. Lupu is reaching. That is not a check. That is a bet. Looks to be about 20K. Maybe slightly less. Now here's 18.2. And he is setting up for the River Jam. Espen Classy Beef with Pocket Kings. Has a look over at his opponent.
Yeah, Espen coming into this hand. It's up around about 140,000 or so. It's one card away from being up nearly 200K on the night, and we haven't even had our first break of the day. Queen on the river would be an absolute disaster for Lupu. Do you think Lupu jams a queen river?
Yeah, I think so. I think he jams a queen, a king, or an ace. And maybe a jack as well as a bluff. King on the river would be really sick because it's such a good card for Lupu to bluff. Can he find the ace? Oh, no.
No way. Queen of spades, corner pocket.
Oh, yeah, 10 euros, buddy.
94,000 in the middle already.
I just don't see a scenario where Lupu doesn't put this in. Maybe he bets smaller. Maybe he bets like 45K, something like that. We have seen him do that a few times.
AJM saying queens are still hot, I see. They are indeed.
Well, that flame about to be put out. Oh, he finds the check back.
I knew it. I knew the alarm bells were going to be ringing. Shows the ace queen.
I'm very surprised he didn't shove there.
Espen Classy Beef now up just shy of 200,000.
Thank you.
Take it easy, brother.
Thank you, guys.
With the ace deuce under the gun.
Yeah, they did.
600 coming in. Sweet.
Six.
John going to bump things up. Was cruising along at one point. Was up to around about 200K.
I don't really a free card.
Service, please.
What if I have ace king or aces or kings? I'm fucked.
Like if I ship it.
I'm fucked.
But why don't you take a...
If you ship it on the turn, I have a decision, but I think I need to fold, I think.
Of course,
but I need to count the pot. Yeah, how much I think I have left?
How much?
140 left or something. I think I don't have the right odds to call. If you ship. It's horrible. If you ship, it's...
And if he stacks you, he gets 3,000 as well.
Yeah. If he stacks me, no. I think so, yeah.
But to fold.
Yeah.
Stanley Way saying Ghazi a walk-off merchant. No, we're just taking it in turns to stretch the legs and whatnot. It's not easy sitting in a dark room.
Nice ball. It's like Rasputin, right? Or it's different?
It's a good draw.
Do you have Rasputin? One Pata and one Rasputin.
For 10 hours, you know.
Even if I don't catch the gut shot on the turn, I continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, hi.
No, not a 5.
A 5?
Yeah.
Wow, nice. Ace 5 then?
Yeah.
Yes. Good result for me.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Need some hard hands. Some difficult hands.
Quickly jumping back into this. John in the tank with 7 deuce on the Queen of Hearts turn. Takes it upstairs and puts Lupu in the bin.
You have to show. Sit down.
Insurance? 500. 500 insurance? No. 5? Ils sont chers tes assurances.
Oh, sick.
So sick.
Très cher tes
You
assurances.
have to show. No, you don't have to show.
I take 6 from Elki was there.
Always 1.5.
He's down 200k, chat, not 400k.
Pass. Pass. Couché.
There's one flop in my life.
One flop in my life.
Can I
One flop in my life, dealer.
On devrait faire une. C'est dommage. Moi, je trouve qu'on devrait faire une hype pour ça, tu vois.
Jack 7 tray. Isn't that a flop we just had?
C'est un scandale.
Something similar, that's for sure.
7-3-3 previous block.
Close enough. Lupu with the gut boy.
Turn, please.
Goes with second pair.
4 clubs for Max Entertainment Valley.
Like some ice.
Ice.
Yeah.
Ice.
Yeah, only ice. Thank you.
No need. Lupu's going to take it upstairs.
Ça, c'est seulement Rasputin.
Doge
avec,
8
Blino.
folding.
Not in a million years.
Not in your life. Not in your Nelly.
First up.
19k in the middle. This is what the stand-up game causes.
King of diamonds on the turn.
I'll check.
Goge checks it on over to Lupu.
Just keeps bleeding.
Tough old night for Lupu. We've all been there, Henry.
Have indeed.
But 10,800.
Wow, John sniffed this one out correctly so far. Makes the call.
Oh,
Lupu can only win with a 4.
no.
Is the Quattro going to slide on in there? No, it doesn't. Ace of Hearts. Good card to keep bluffing, though.
Tout le monde s'appelle John ici. Hey.
Lupu cannot win if he checks back. He is bottom of range. Generally, not to be bluffing hands like this.
Le pot, là, combien? Il est dans un coup, il est dans un coup.
40k out there.
What do you think gets it done? 28, 29?
100k.
100k, yeah, that might get it done. I want to say I think Goge is snapping here.
I think Goge is snapping.
Not necessarily snapping, but I think he's calling. I think we'll say a bet of about 28. Oh, wow.
Checking the itinerary.
Sorry. Can I also get one salmon fillet, please?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Surely that's not all going in.
Maybe some.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like the smaller pile is going in.
27.
27.
27,000.
On this run out,
En haut, c'est game. C'est du ainsi que maintenant, quand Léon va arriver.
Next.
Ça, c'est l'échauffement, ça.
Rose just showed Lupu his hand.
Do you think he was trying to get a read?
I mean, he knows how to get information out of people, and he knows how to get people to make mistakes against him.
Just slaps the pot.
C'est un bordel.
If anyone's going to make this call, it's going to be him. He's blocking a lot of the value that raise flop, Jack 7 suited,
Yeah.
7s, loses to 3s. On this run out,
Yeah.
10-9, it sucks that we have a 9.
Blocks 10, 9, 9, 8. You're absolutely right. Unblocks the 6, 5, 6, 4, 5, 4s of this life.
Honestly, I actually agree with that. He just seems like a great guy to have at the table, and just in general as well. Real genuine guy.
Oh!
Yes, mate.
Showdown, please.
Yes. 9-7
Fuck, Armin.
Oh my fuck.
is good.
Armin, what the fuck? Nice call.
Hand of the day, hero call of the day.
HOTD!
Saucy Carmine.
Insane.
Oh my.
Jimmy Bluffett sums it up. These DJs.
All right, folks, we're back. First hand, Sagna, who you might remember, played some crazy hands last night. Crazy, an understatement. Shoving for his Ass-5 big blinds here with ace-10 of hearts, and Bogdan knows the drill here, is going to isolate, which I think is a good isolation here with the king-queen off suit from the button. Danny is back in the house. Nice to have you back with us. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. 24 players remaining, 3 tables of 8. Blinds still staying the same. Sagna 57% equity to get back into this one. 8-9 Jack, an open ender for Sagna. Additional outs for Bogdan. Turn is one of them. Bogdan seals the deal. That 10 of spades on the turn. Yes, there's a straight on the board, Sagna, but it is not a chop pot, I'm afraid. Just making sure he was eliminated. Sagna has been eliminated in 24th place. That means 23 players remaining now, all guaranteed. Jesus, the pay jumps are getting bigger, folks. €5,700 now. Danny says, better than the all-in with the ace-3. Yeah, that was a raised call on the button. Big blind rejammed ace-10, and he called 22 bigs with ace-3 and got there with a straight on the turn, if I recall correctly. Pamu in the house. What up, buddy? So Ritza raising to 550. Bogdan all in from the cutoff. Standard rejam here. And Marab not going to be getting jiggy with it here with 6-7 of clubs. Ritza not being able to continue. Mucks his hand. Bogdan, who was on the feature table last night, is now playing 6.5 million. I feel like he was one of the stronger competitors at the feature table last night, Bogdan. He picked a few spots well. Danny says yes, he was good at the beginning, bit risky always, but it's okay. Well, poker is a risky business. And Sufa with the aces getting a walk. And look at the size of his stack. folks. 17.5 million. That's good for 70 big blinds currently. About twice the tournament average. That's a stack you want to keep an eye on. He should be putting maximum amount of pressure on the rest of the field, or the rest of his feature table at the very least. One player at a time. And Peter, who was the day 3 chip leader for the final day chip leader this morning, been under 10 million. .420 is in the house, says Sup, a little bit late, but a lot of action coming up. Let's go. You were just in time, buddy. Yes, we've had a few eliminations and the first few orbits have been very exciting, but things are just getting kicked off. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We are set for a very long day of poker. I predict about a 12-hour stream. But we are prepared, we are ready. Let's go. BBT says they play pretty nitty. You're going to see a lot of nitty play because as far as I can tell, there's basically no one left in the field. Maybe there is one or two that have had a few scores, but there's no star stud that's sticking out at me. So players won't have played for this kind of money before, and pressure will be mounting. Not only are they playing for the guts of €200,000, with top 12 in this tournament going to take home a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. And Fernando taking that one down. Yeah, I feel like Ritz could have bluffed there, by the way. He had a jack blocker for the straight. So no pay jump to be worried about for 23rd, 22nd, 21st place. Then there's about a grand pay jump between 21st and 20th, so bear that in mind. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm sure I'll let you know anyway. Queen 7-4 is the flop. Blind v blind battle. Both players at a pair of 4. Turn is the 10 of spades. Ritza is going to go for a little bit of value here with his pair of 4s. Wow. Gets a little bit of value there for his pair of 4s. I like it. 3 over cards out there between the 7 and the 10. Reckons he can get paid by worse, and does get paid by worse. Nice value bet there by Ritza. Thief says he has to quit watching. You don't want to quit watching. There is endless amounts of entertainment to be extracted from the King's Resort. Live from Rosvedov today. Why else would you want to be anywhere? Or why would you want to be anywhere else? Fish says Ritza seems pretty competent. He does. I don't think that was a bluff. I think that was a value bet. It's a blocker-ish type sizing / value bet, which we see time and time again on this channel. He got value. I don't think he needs to turn his hand into a bluff, especially with an ace kicker. I think he realized he could get value from worse, and he did. By the way, guys, is the E silent? I googled it and I'm looking for the pronunciation, but it seems like it's just Ritz, not Ritza. At the very least, you get to giggle at some of my pronunciations. Being an Irishman, it's not our forte. Learning pidgin English growing up. 843 is the flop. And Mirab would have bet 875. I like this larger sizing if we're going to c-bet on a board like this. It puts a lot of additional pressure. A lot of players will bet a lot smaller here. I think on these kind of boards it would be better if there wasn't two diamonds out there, but the sentiment stays the same. Bogdan with ace-5 needs a straight or a deuce for a straight. Danny says it's a good bet. It is indeed. Like, if he bets smaller, it's just so easy to continue with the ace-5. Maybe we might even check raise, but when he bets 875 here, it's not as simple for Bogdan to continue. He has to believe he will be faced with larger turn and river decisions. But I think we should probably just call one anyway. I think it's the only move. Does call for 875, 3.4 million in the middle. Turn is the 10 of hearts. The thing about calling here is when we miss, it's so difficult for us to win the hand because our opponent is often going to barrel on turns and rivers, especially when they use a larger sizing on the flop. Now you've just committed X amount of your stack and there's two flush draws on board, there's straight draws, we just can't continue. We have the ace of hearts in our hand, which is a card that we would want our opponent to have if he was barreling. So I can get behind with just folding the ace-5 on the flop, but there are some other turns that our opponent might just check back, and therefore we can bluff the river, we can hit the straight, we can hit an ace. Timo Star is in the house. Hello, Timo. Nice to have you with us. The Action Army is heating up today on Twitch. You'll love to see it. MJ Blank Space is in the house. Disco Duck says hola. Fernando raises to 600k. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind 150k, big blind 300k. With a 300k running big blind ante. Yeah, Fish asked, that's exactly what I said, Fish. Having the ace of hearts in that spot was a bit annoying since we blocked some of the combo bluffs of our opponent. We actually block a lot of those bluffs, right? Because they are going to c-bet at a high frequency with the ace of hearts in their hand and then continue barreling when the heart hits the turn. So it would actually be better check call with a different combination of ace 5. 22 players remaining now. Ritz is putting the absolute squeeze on here. Hold on, the graphics are serving me incorrect. So Zuffa raising, Ritz calling, Peter squeezing, all in 25 big blinds on the button. This is a large squeeze by Peter. I would prefer if for Ritz to 3-bet this combo. The offsuit combination of King Queen going to be a nice 3-bet to have in our range. So Zuffa opening and Ritz calling. Peter sensing this is a good spot to squeeze a lot of money to pick up, and he does have a small pair. In general, I would prefer to just call on the button with 30 big blinds or more, but with that 20 to 25 big blind range, I think it's a fine jam. It is risky business, but there's a lot of money to just pick up pre uncontested. And we can see CH7 now in the big blind. Camus making a very good point there. With your jam with 4s, you're going to fold out 6s, 7s, and 8s. That's a very good point. 9s plus going to struggle to fold for sure. And now CH faced with a decision for his entire tournament here. This shows the power of the jam from the button. CH most likely just going to have to fold this ace queen. There's a lot of money out there for CH to take down. But decides against it. Doesn't want to be in a coin flip situation. Giving maximum credit to Peter, and that's a nice squeeze. And look at that, Peter adding 2 million to his stack, which is close to 7 big blinds. And that was a tough spot for the ace queen. I think ace queen suited, we have to dance, and maybe we can just get rid of the ace queen offsuit combo. So that's how they're lining up at the FT at the moment, or at the feature table. At the FT, yeah, of course, 22 still playing on across the 3 tables. Fernando under the gun here, ace 9 of diamonds. Fish says, I guess you can get rid of the ace queen off if you know your opponent is tight. Yeah, it's not an ideal situation to get in there with ace queen. Ace jack, definitely a fold. Ace king, definitely got a gamble. Ace queen off suit is kind of in the middle of those two. I can get behind folding. There's better spots. We've still got 20 bigs if we fold. Just under it. Yeah, Fish, he just under 20 bigs, yeah. Just under 6 mil. I think it was like 5.7, 5.8. The issue with the ace queen there, folks, is if we get the original opener to fold and the flatter to fold, the chances of them having an ace in their hand or a queen in their hand are pretty high. So we don't really get a fair flip if we are up against a pocket pair that's jammed from the button, which was the case this time. We're going to be crushing hands like ace 10, ace jack, and king queen. But we blocked them significantly, so it's more likely that we're up against a pocket pair. Mirab on this river with trips now. Deciding if he wants to check or bet. He goes for a check. Tries to induce a bluff from Fernando. It does not work. Mirab will scoop the chips. Be playing 9.25 million now. Fernando getting close to 20 bigs. Still so much play with 1 hour blinds, folks. People really don't need to rush. All right, folks, it's just adjusting the mic there. Fernando, 3-betting to 1.65 mil from the big blind with nines. And Ritz going to call for an additional mil to see a flop. Jack 7-7 is the flop. This is a big enough call pre, by the way, from the ace-10. It was just a million more to call, but he raised under the gun +1 and getting 3-bet. Looking very strong from Fernando in the big blind. And look how much he's leaving himself behind. He's betting 1.8 million with 2.6 million behind, essentially committing himself a large portion of the time. Doesn't look like he's going to be going anywhere with less than 10 big blinds behind. I would prefer for Fernando to just straight up jam from the big blind. He just avoids all this nonsense, you know. He's not going to like that jack out there. And what if it was an ace or a king or even a queen? There's just too many overcards and too many bad situations. So I think with hands like 9s, 8s, 9s, and even 10s, we just want to be re-jamming off that stack size, 25 bigs and below. Unless we are 3-bet calling. Do not want to be 3-bet folding. Bogdan min raising early position. It's important to note that as we get closer and closer to the final table, we will be shorter and shorter handed. We will have a redraw at 16. We'll come back with 2 tables of 8, but from there it's going to get short-handed. It's calling with the King 4 of hearts, and the flop is King Jack 8. Spicy one for both players involved. Bogdan winning no flush draw, and Ritz with top pair. Could see a lot of chips go in here, folks. at a 1.1 million and a call. Turn is a banger for Bogdan. He's now got the nut flush. And with just 10 big blinds behind, I wouldn't have minded for Ritz just to straight up jam on the flop. Situation's probably going to be the same. Bogdan not going to fold a nut flush draw. Bogdan just wants to be checking this. Stack to pot ratio is less than 1 to 1. Not much to worry about. Let's go for a tiny bet. I can get behind this. He's got less than 2.2 million to shove on the river. But because stack to pot ratio is less than 1 to 1, I think we just check back the turn and jam river. Ritz decides to shove them all in here with top pair. And perhaps a stutter step here from Ritz because that was a dangerous board to check jam on the turn. Would prefer to see him just call. Yes, he's getting milked, but he just loses 800k more instead of losing just under or over 3 million. It's a big pot for Ritz to lose. Ritz going to be playing 12 bigs going forward, and Bogdan, big moment there for him. He's going to be playing very close to 10 million now. And Axiton says Bogdan was too confident. Ritz should have folded. I think you are correct. It's unlikely that that bet on the turn is going to just be a bluff. And yes, we do have top pair, but we only have a 4 kicker with it. I think getting that good of a price, we have to call the turn. It was 800k into a pot of 4.65 million. So we're just getting too high of a price to not call the turn, but definitely looked very strong from the ace-7 of spades. Axiton says 800k was the short trap. Yeah, it has to be on that board. Like, you know, it's a tough bluff to make with 3 spades out there, and it completes the straight draw. Having said that, now there's a lot of hands that we can't have in the big blind that our opponent can have in the form of the nuts and sets, etc. So I think that makes it even more of a reason to be very cautious there on the turn. Like I said, I think we do have to call the 800k just in case the river goes check check at some frequency, which it does. But we're getting close to 6-1 on our money on the turn there. And Ged asked, what Fritz thinks play the other player in this situation? You give him nothing. Yeah. Guys, you're going to see a lot of raises and takes with pay jumps. Play will slow down. I say this and then sometimes it just doesn't. But just so you're aware, Hamu says maybe ace jack with the ace of spades. Maybe. Like, we do have top pair. I could have seen all the chips just go in. It's sub 15 bigs on the flop. He could just check jam on the flop if he wanted. I don't think it's that bad of a play. Yeah, he can't beat much. He can only beat bluffs, really, and I don't think bluffs choose that sizing. I have seen people make extremely small bluffs and then give up river or just jam river. But in general, players tend to bet bigger when they're bluffing, when they only have 10 big blinds behind. They're not really just going to bet tiny on the turn. It's too risky, especially in a tournament like this with 20 odd players remaining. I think Ritz should have thought about it for a bit longer. And Ged is dead right. He says the other problems was the kicker problem with the 4. Oh, king hits it. Yeah, that's it. He's got kicker problems. Just because he's got top pair does not mean his opponent can't have a better king. Loving how much interaction is going on in the Action Army today on Twitch this early. Loving all these discussions. This is setting up to be a great day when we can get chats going about hands this early on. Usually I'm just talking to myself until the evening. You know, people have lives. It's a Monday. So great to see so many of you tuning in already for this amazing event, the Italian Poker Sport final day. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvadov. Zufa with 2 ladies raising to 600k, just a min. And Zufa has a massive stack, so bear that in mind. It says typical situation, you get queens, kings raised after 2 hours and then no action. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of raise and takes, so if people have strong hands, a lot of the time they're not going to get action. Players have to be cagey at this late stage. The move says earlier on he had aces in the big blind and got a walk. He did, yeah. Seen a lot of walks with big hands last night. Also, when we were at the tail end of things, it was over 4 a.m. at Kings before they bagged and tagged. 3x for Fernando with the ace king. I like this sizing. You see players make it a min raise in the small there, or just even 2.5 times, and you're pricing in the big blind with random garbage that can just see a flop. And then for the rest of the hand, you are going to be out of position. So nice to see him making it close to $1 million there. I think that's the right sizing we want to use. And Zofa just going to fold. Axenon says someone should try a bluff now. Will there be many bluffs done before it's all finito tonight? CH min raising here with the ace-10 off suit. I think this is a good hand to have in our min raise folding range off 15 bigs from early position. Then 7 deuce is the flop and top pair for both people. Could see a lot of chips go in here. Small bet of 4.25 by CH. And Peter deciding to just lead on the turn here for 550. We've seen him do some leads like this last night. It's just going to stun your opponent. It's trying to get a cheap river. It's trying to not have to call additional bets. And Peter wants a count. Really don't know what he's supposed to do here. CH jamming over the top of that bet pretty quickly and looking very strong. Best hope Peter can have there is being up against a flush draw or a straight draw maybe, but it's unlikely, and it's a difficult spot to fold there. But I don't know how well our pair of tens with just the 9 kicker is going to be doing against a quick snap jam like that. Perhaps just a situation where we want to fold top pair on the turn, even though we can be ahead against straight draws or flush draws. The rate going from under the gun +1. Fish says 10-9 off is definitely not the best candidate to lead in the turn. You prefer having top pairs, trips, or 2 pairs, trips or draws. Yes, I definitely agree. He's just trying to get a cheap river out of his opponent and to deny his opponent equity. That can work one of 2 ways. Sometimes it's going to work to your advantage and other times it doesn't. And you can see the devastation there, losing 42% of his stack. Zufa still the overwhelming chip leader at this feature table. CH in second place now with 33 bigs. Ritz the shortest stack with 12. €21 players remaining now, and that means we are approaching a pay jump of €1,000. Prabhu says it's different than Triton poker. Yes, guys, this is a €380 buy-in with 3,847 entries, generating a prize pool of 1.3 million, with €200,000 for first and a 10 grand ticket for the first 12 places in this event. You are going to see some speculative plays, to say the least. This is the biggest moment for most of these players' lives, especially at the poker felt. Anyway, I don't know about their personal lives, but Ritz shoving the 12 bigs, getting snapped by Bogdan. What a time for Bogdan to wake up with 2 red ladies. Ritz now going to need help, or he will be your 21st place finisher. King 9-8 is the flop. Turn is a 7. Gives Ritz an open ender. River is a 5. Ritz has been eliminated. Bogdan survives with the ladies now playing over 12 million. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, the pay jump has been reached and 20 players remain. We've had 10 eliminations since the start of play today. 4 more eliminations to go before we have another redraw, and we will come back with 2 tables of 8. All players are now guaranteed €6,750. As Pamu says, 10 ball, corner pocket. Not quite this time, buddy. Apocalypse says he'd prefer winning this than a 14-man Triton field. Very good. Fish says he thinks 10-10 was a good min-raise candidate. If we are min-raising 10s there, we have to call off. It's just too strong of a hand in late position against late position. It's a dream scenario. If our opponent has a hand like queens, then so be it. Murab raising to 8.25 from under the gun here. And for Zufa, could 3-bet this one or just call. Looks like he's going for a 3-bet. Holding totally fine also, but I prefer flat or 3-bet. Yeah, you have worse pocket pairs shoving, so I actually do. I totally agree with the point. You should just min-raise, call it off. You don't have to go fast. Murab folds and Zufa scoops those chips, now playing 18.2 million, good for 60 big blinds. Great to see us having such lengthy discussions about every hand in the chat. That is how we learn, folks. I think the optimal way to play those 10s is to raise call, because we get worse hands to jam from the blinds that we can be dominating against. And if we're going to shove anyway, if we are called with a better hand, and so be it, it's a great opportunity for us to double up. The 10-10 plays itself, and we are only 14 bigs to start the hand. Shoving not the end of the world there, by the way. We get hands like King Jack and King Queen to fold sometimes. We get hands like, maybe not Ace Jack, but hands that are going to have equity against us. Even hands like Queen Jack suited that are going to rejam a considerable portion of the time, or Queen Jack off suit, we get them to fold. Plenty of ways to skin a cat. And Bogdan, the 3-better here with the King 10 off suit. Bogdan getting the job done. One more elimination has occurred. A beauty school dropout. 19 remaining now. Noam saying 42 says, leave the cat alone. Good man, the lads. Welcome, Noam saying. I hear Noam saying loves to run a marathon. Well, we've got some form of a marathon here today because this is a marathon, not a sprint. We've got 1 hour blinds, loads of chips in play, loads of money up top. The winner is going to take home €200,000 on the nose, including a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So it is all to play for here today. Amazing money for a €380 buy-in. Lots of poker discussion happening in the Twitch chat, which I love to see. Can't comment on every one of you, but it's nice to hear you discussing hands amongst yourselves. And Zufa min raising with the King 10 of Hearts off the largest stack at this table. Mirab in the small, 22 bigs and the decision. All three options on the table. Don't mind just calling here. And I would not be against jamming against the chip leader. He's gone for a third option, deciding to 3-bet, which I also think is fine. Yeah, the big stack 3-bet with ace-9 suited, and the sixes didn't continue. Sixes could have continued, but I don't mind the fold. Could have maybe even 4-bet ripped or clicked it back, whatever. I think the sixes kind of had to go into the muck on that occasion. It was 825 and he made it like 2.2, right? Could make an argument for calling. And Mirab getting the job done there. Now, you see, the thing is, I think I prefer just to straight up jam there with ace-jack suited. Making a 3-bet that's not even 3 times the initial open. You don't really want to be going post-flop in this situation against the chip leader out of position. Noam saying says, if he's been out of line, you might just stick it in with the sixes. Yeah, it did cross my mind, but I didn't actually even say that in the chat because he hadn't really been out of line at all, the big stack. So if that's happened a couple of times, I think we need to start jamming hands like sixes, sevens, and eights. We can get rid of our deuces, threes, fours, and fives. And of course, we want to be playing our overpairs differently. Even hands like 9s and 10s might just call the 3-bet. It's a massive tournament, so you don't really want to just be 4-bet ripping 40 bigs, but if your opponent is out of line, especially if it's the big stack, you've got to make it stand at some stage. Yeah, I have mentioned that already. No, I'm saying we are going to be getting shorter and shorter handed. We are going to be having a break and a redraw when we reach 16 remaining and come back with 2 tables of 8. That was the first time we've seen the big stack 3-bet, so I will give him the benefit of doubt, and I think that's why we've seen sixes go into the muck. But if that continues, we need to make a stand with our pocket pairs for sure, especially as we get shorter and shorter handed and we get closer and closer to the final table of the Italian poker sport main event. Costin says Twitch. Welcome. Come on in, buddy. Noam Sain says we came here to party. I'm sure to be a hell of a party whoever takes this one down. I like this Noam Sain's guy's attitude. Says that's it, we got to get after the uncomfortable spots. Hard to get dealt a pair. CH raising the min with the ace 10 in the hijack. Noam Sain making a good spot or good point to be looking at these spots and really analysing the stack size. Important to note that the average stack is going to be around 35 big blinds at the moment. Well, you see, Noam Sain there's not really many stars left in this field, so this is a unique situation, I feel like, because most players that are remaining in this won't have played for this kind of money before. A lot of them will be recreationals, and it's such a golden opportunity to take down life-changing money, it has to be said. So you're going to see some nitty plays, and with an average stack, people mightn't be as willing to gamble as they should be to get a massive stack to go to the FT to put themselves in real contention to take down such a monumental title. Zenma asking, is the French Kevin Clement still in? He got moved to the outer table as far as I know. If not, then we seen him bust earlier. Yeah, I think he was the first to bust, wasn't he? Yeah. Sorry about that, he was. He bust the very start of the day. I would have been absolutely shocked. I say shocked and stunned if I seen Clement Cure still in the field, but it wouldn't surprise me really. Thank you for clarifying that, Complex. And look, yeah, it is important to note, as Noam Sain said, we are playing six-handed. So under the gun is not so under the gun anymore. Another elimination has took place, so 18 remaining now. Like I just said, 3 tables of 6, 2 more eliminations away from that redraw. Fernando raising to 700k in the hijack. And Zuffa just going to call in the cutoff. And here's another spot where Zuffa could just 3-bet this one, but decides to just play his hand for its value in the cutoff with the suited variety. And this is a good spot, like Noam Sain was saying. So had Zuffa decided to 3-bet this one, we could come over the top with a hand like 5s. I wouldn't be against it, against the chip leader. But he has been flat happy in position as the chip leader. He's not getting too out of line at all. So Fernando going to bet 800k here on King 10-3. I don't even know how good of a c-bet this is from Fernando. Zuffa in position rates to be his board more than Fernando's. I think the 5s just want to check fold on a board like this with straights and flush draws out there. The 2 overcards, 2 or 5s, certainly not going to be double barreling, but does go for it. Betting 1.5 mil. And if for Zuffa, I think we're just getting too good of odds to not see a river. I think if he had ace-10 offsuit, we would have just seen him 3-bet this one from the cutoff against hijack, but with the suited variety, he just decided to peel one off. Fernando betting very quick. That's right, Pamu. Indicating strength more than weakness. And Fernando getting away with murder here. Taking it down. That's it. If we're going to bet fives on this flop, I just think there's better boards for us to bet, especially out of position. So if we're going to bet flop and we're going to bet turn, we best be ready to fire that river. Fernando now playing over 10 million, 725 to go, ace-5 of spades. Peter going for it again, it looks like. He's very squeeze happy. I think this is the third squeeze we've seen from Peter. Squeeze it to make it fit close to 25 bigs. Shoves it in with the king jack offsuit. Yes, Pamu, it is 7 million because all those white chips are 100k each. Well, the thing with betting pocket fives, I actually, the more I think about it, don't mind just c-betting the flop. But what I'm saying is if we're going to bet the flop, we have to be prepared to bet turns and rivers, especially if it bricks out, which it did on the turn, just the 6. We unblock our opponent having all the draws we would want them to have that will call a bet on the flop and fold a bet on the turn. Yes, a bit of confusion about the chips there, so you have it. Greens are 25s, they'll be taken out of play relatively soon. Whites are 100k and pinks 500k each. Bogdan with them in. You've heard the man. Blinds will be up next hand to 200k, 400k, and a 400k running big blind ante. That's 244. Will put additional pressure on the shorter stacks and give the opportunity for the bigger stacks to really apply maximum pressure. Looks like we've had another casualty on an outer table. 17 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. All players guaranteed €7,800. And that means we are just one elimination away from the crucial redraw. Gin here for the ace queen of clubs on 865. All players checking around to see the Jack of Hearts on the turn. And Fernando still with a decent hand here. You know, he's got a pair of 8s. Just one overcard. He's got a straight draw. Bogdan with the king of clubs. And the river is a juicy one. It's the 9 of clubs. And not sure how much he's after betting here. Looks like 2 million, 4 pink chips. Now Bogdan only losing to a straight flush or the ace of clubs. Unlikely his opponent has the 7 of clubs. I think Bogdan is just going to be forced to call here. 6.5 million in the middle. He's getting over 3-1 on a call. Could you find a fold here, folks, with the king of clubs in your hand? Let me know in the chat. He's getting too good of a price, but you're not getting a good price if you're rarely going to be winning. I don't think I could find a fold in this situation. This is a big decision. Camus makes a very good point there. Most aces could re-raise pre. And that's why Bogdan is paying off the man. I think it's more likely our opponent is bluffing there with 4 clubs on board. I think that's just a situation where we got to pay the man. He can't fold. $420 says he can fold, but if he will, he deserves the tournament win. NW is in the house, says 2 million is harder to call than 80% to 100% pot bet. Well, it's more likely that our opponent is milking us when they make a smaller bet, but it is a way smaller size to call. It is more likely our opponent's bluff if they use a huge bet, but it doesn't cripple us as much if we are wrong for 2 million than it does if they bet 80% or a full pot. You see, Bart, all them green chips are 25k each, and he's got 2 towers of white chips, and he's got a few pink chips, and he now has another chunk of white chips. So it's about 8 million. And W makes a good point there. Says value bet is always value bet, but pot size bet is polarized between top of the range and bluffs. Yeah. Okay then, Bart, yeah, I will keep an eye on that stack size for sure. He definitely has about 8 million now anyway, if it is wrong by a couple of bigs. And we see things are starting to even out at this 6-handed affair. No player that far under 20 bigs and no player over 40 bigs, so they're all bunched between that 20 to 40 big blind zone. Zuffa is just going to call on the button here with pocket eights. Now, Peter has squeezed like 3 times. And he's got 2 black kings in the small blind here. I'm actually happy to see Peter squeeze all in here, because if he decided to just 3-bet all of a sudden, I think the jig is up. If he squeezed 3 times and then the 4th time he's just making a small raise, it really indicates queens plus, doesn't it? Even with a hand like ace king, he's most likely just going to shove. So Peter squeezing for the 4th time is getting Zuffa's attention, but he won't be able to call for almost 10 million. It's a massive portion of Zuffa's stack. Yeah, there's 3 stacks there, guys, of 20. That's 6 million. 2 stacks of green, that's 8. Pink chip is 8.5, and then small few greens in front. So the chip count might be wrong by less than 2 million. Couple of big blinds. There you go. I was on the nose. And now this is exactly 20 bigs for Zuffa. I just think 17 remaining. ICM pressure. I think 8's just going to have to go in the muck. But it is very close. Remember, we are playing 6-handed, and Peter has squeezed 3 or 4 times already. Well, this is his 4th time to do it. He's got the goods. Would you be calling with pocket eights? Let me know in the chat. We've already invested over $1 million, so it's just under 7 for us to call. Has to be said, Peter looking very confident and calm and relaxed. Well, it means that the shoves he'd been making weren't as large as we originally thought, that's all. He will show the kings this time. I agree with 420, 10s plus I call, maybe 9s. Had he 3-bet on the button with the 8s, he would have been somewhat priced in. It's easier for him to get away from it if he 3-bets, because yes, he has less blinds to call it off, but the 4-bet becomes infinitely stronger than just a squeeze all in. CH making it $1.4 million, Bogdan folding. NW says, I will just call you Walzu. Walzu says maybe young aggressive players squeeze, shove some lower pockets and some hands like King Jack suited, Ace 5 suited, etc. I think they do, yeah. That's a good point. But without that information, I think 8s just has to go in the book. It's just too big of a risk to be wrong. Eight, 5, 4 is the flop. Zufa with the ladies here. Marab just with a straight draw. The hijack wants to be betting this one. Although this board will favor the big blind's perceived defending range. And Mustafa just going to get that one done with a bet. We'll add 1.4 million to his stack, adding 10%. Now playing 14.4 million. Fernando with kings here. Marab calling the 600k. Open from Bogdan in the cutoff with Jack 9 of diamonds. We've got action here, folks. Bogdan with the Queen 10. Marab with Jack 9. But Fernando with the Cowboys. He bets the 2.2 million. Marab going to be forced to fold this one. Fernando not messing around. 3-betting to 2.2 million, leaving himself with under 10 big blinds behind. Highly unlikely that this will be a bluff. Just screaming strength from Fernando there. No, I'm saying says clock. Don't know if he can hear you, buddy. I'll shout it for you. Clock. Definitely a few characters left in the field. We'd love to see some characters on this show. Bogdan with the men in the hijack. Ace-4 of hearts. No, Walzu, I can't see any names that I recognize left in the field. That's not to say one or two of them won't have had results here before. But it's a beautiful thing, really, that a star will be born from the 16 players remaining. And that means this is going to be the last hand before we go on a 20-minute break. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, we've had an elimination on the outer table. 16 remain now. So go get a coffee. Go feed the dog. Do what you gotta do. And Zufa picking up the best hand here on the turn. Just depends what Bogdan wants to do. Looks like he's going to go for a small bet of $1 million. I think Zufa wants to call one here anyway. EH is going to have to get out of the mix. Yes, after we come back, we are going to be very close to all players guaranteeing themselves a 10 grand ticket. So things are really going to be heating up now. Bogdan taking that one down. Zufa deciding not to continue. Right, folks, so that's going to do it. I will see you all in 20 minutes for lots more action of the Italian Poker Sport 51st edition final day. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. Two very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with them in this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh,
well.
Wow.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace King 9,
On the turn.
Oh, could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle. Ace in the window. Ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the Jack of Diamonds in hand, Came with the 3.3x pre. Going to continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle. Pourquoi? Jack of Hearts on the turn. Would you believe he has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check, check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
Okay.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise. Pourquoi up to second in chips. 36 bigs. 32% of all the chips in play.
Was his real name, one like an EPT.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in a head, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King Jack Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
11.95 to be
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Hidden, understandably, not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what?
Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded the 7?
No,
I opened into Tim's big
No
blind.
active businesses.
yeah.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams
you?
just makes the call. 4 of spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to.
All in.
Does announce all in. And
Can I just have a confirm account?
it's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to Ace Jack, King Jack.
Check.
Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, out-pipped by 1.
Good game, man.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Unlucky.
we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50k Diamond High Roller.
Easy, man.
So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had? King Jack?
Wow, blind v blind. Sam Grafton 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You did.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs.
Deuce of clubs.
Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, I have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. The cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out Pappy. I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every life situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK saying, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old rose stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punam Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself, and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. That could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click call. Cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Berkmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing. Other than the tees, there being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
High school Spears.
Alright folks, we're back. We've got action the first hand. Kevin is all in. Few people asking was he still in the field, but there you can see it. He is all in for 11.5 big blinds with ace-10 offsuit from under the gun +2. And Adam with pocket kings. It's just going to call with the 2 red cowboys. Ten, 5, 5 is the flop, and Kevin needing help. Does get a piece of it with that 10. Needs another one or an ace. Turn is a 4. Over 10 million in this pot. Big river. Oh my God, it's an ace. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. The ace of clubs hitting that river. And now, instead of Michael having over 20 million chips, he now plays a very similar stack as Kevin, 10 million each. Still 16 remaining. What a sick river. There's a pay jump looming, guys, from 16th place to 15th place of about €1,000. Mac money under the gun. We've got some new faces at this table. Of course, we just went on a break and had a redraw. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the final day of the Italian poker sport live from the King's Resort in Rosvadov, and I'm Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and host for the duration of this event, and we will crown yet another champion at this fantastic resort tonight. It's going to be a late one. Buckle up, big boys. And girls, I suppose. Whoever happens to be tuning in. Mac money raising to a middle ball. 2.5 times the big blind. And Julian defending in the big. Just 8 big blinds behind. Ace, Jack, Deuce, 2 pair. Top 2 for Mac money. He's going to bet and take this one down. The graphics were the other way around on that occasion. Mirab all in. Ivan is in the house. Hello, King, chats and mods. How's everyone? We're great, Ivan. Loads of action happening here. Come on in, the water's lovely. 16 remaining. 4 eliminations away from every player remaining. Guaranteed a 10 grand ticket. The pay jump difference between 13th and 12th is 10 grand. Mac Money in the big, and this could easily be a call in normal situations, but with that ticket at stake, he's going to let it go. It was on the chunkier side of things, considering it was for over half of his chips. We are still playing 8-handed, so I think it's okay to let that one go. And Julian just stuffing it all in for 15 bigs on the button with ace-9 off suit. And look at this, Mac Money in the small blind. 2 red Jeffries. Oh my God, we've got action. Look at this for a hand. Julian all in from the button, Mac Money shoving, isolating from the small, and Kevin now in the big with a hand as strong as 10s. What an ugly spot here for Kevin. Quickly mucks it successfully. Right past there by the 10s. 10s shriveling up, of course, facing a 15 big blind jam and an isolation from the small, but 10's a very strong hand. Just find a way to get rid of it. On the flop, 9-7-7. Turn is a king. An ace needed for Julian on this river, or a 9. Instead, it's another king. Mac Money has eliminated Julian in 16th place. He looks disgruntled. Not much he could do there. I actually think I prefer just jamming than raise folding or raise calling. Very unlucky to wake up, or to have his opponent wake up there with jacks and then the 10s getting away from it. Sexy stuff from the 10s. €8,850. All players are guaranteed now, and we are just 3 eliminations away from everyone securing that ticket. This is going to create an interesting dynamic, to say the least. Ivan says 12 tickets, amazing. Yes, amazing indeed. For a €380 buy-in, you secure a ticket, and then just the small matter of getting to play for an additional €189,650 and the title of the Italian Poker Sport Champion 2023. Camus asks how many tickets next week with the Benelux Classics, or does it depend on the entries? I believe there is usually 4. Don't quote me on that, but I don't think it's 6 or more anyway, and it's not less than 3, so usually 4. I think I prefer a straight rip from Kevin in the small here with pocket 7s. And Walzu asking, are these tickets for the day 1A main event or just the main event? I believe you need to use your first ticket for day 1A, and then additional tickets after that, if you're still in, can be used as cash. But I think you can fire any day with additional tickets, but your first ticket has to be used for day 1A. I believe that's correct. Zufa and Adam going to fight this one out on Ace King Deuce, over 4 million in the pot now. Turn is the 10 of spades. Fourth spade hitting the river here. And Zufa could go for thin value with the 9 of spades in his hand. Doesn't want to level himself into getting check raised. If he's going to bet, just wants to bet something like 1.2 million. Goes for 1.2 million. Like this sizing from Zufa. Adam just going to get away from it. And that's a good pass considering what odds he was getting. And Yildirim raising to 800k with 9-8 of spades. Nine, 7, 4 is the flop. Taking that one down with a bet. Marab unsuccessful with connecting with that flop. Pressure is on. You can cut the tension with a knife here at the King's Resort. 3 eliminations away from that 10 grand ticket. Mac money in the hijack with ace queen of diamonds raising to 900k, and Adam on the button here with ace queen of spades. In general, just want to be rejamming this one, but maybe with the ticket at stake, he'll decide to just call in position on the button. Low variance play is the option he chooses. Oh, what a flop. Adam and Mac money, top pair, top kicker, but Adam with the flush draw. That's a massive reassurance here to Adam. I think we just want to be calling here. No need to put in additional chips. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Mac money wants to be sizing up here now. Get additional value from hands like King Queen. Flush draws. Unlikely that he has a straight draw. Mac money going to bet 1.75 mil. And I like this sizing a lot from Mac money because it really sets up a river jam. 6 million already out there. Now, so if Adam calls, there's a less than 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio for the river. As you can see, there's 7.8 million in the middle, and the worst card for Mac money rolls off, completes the flush, and an overcard to his queen. Mac money has 2 options here. The stack to pot ratio is way less than 1-to-1 now. As you can see, Adam only has 5.4 mil. There's already 7.8 million in the pot. I was going to say Mac money could bet like 1.4 million, 1.3 million as a blocker-ish type sizing / value bet. When he checks and Adam moves all in, I think Mac Money's just going to be forced to fold. It is highly, highly unlikely that Mac is going to be getting bluffed on this run out. He's just incredibly unlucky that his opponent has the same hand in spades and has completed a flush on the river. And for Adam, he's probably thinking, is there a size he can go that's under all in? And it looks like he's going for about 2.2 million or even more, 2.6. Basically, exactly half of his stack. He's betting 2.65 million with 2.7 behind. And now, over 10 million in the pot. Mac Money getting 4-1 on a call, but realizes how strong Adam has to be to bet there. Gets away from it. That's a big, big pickup for Adam. So next hand, Mac Money staying busy. Makes it 8.50 to go. Fernando with the fives going for a cheeky, and I mean cheeky, 3-bet here from the small blind with pocket fives off. What the hell is this? Off less than 20 big blinds to start the hand. 1.1 million more for Mac Money. In general, Fernando just wants to be jamming the fives. For Mac Money, it's just a decision on whether to call or not, and I think getting 3-1 on his money or more is just going to call for the additional 1.1 million. And what a flop it is for Mac Money. Fernando looks like he's giving up. I wouldn't even be betting if it was Mac Money. I'd just be checking back. He knows his customer. Bets $1 million, gets called for $1 million. Turn is the jack of diamonds. This is insane. Stack to pot ratio is less than 1-1. There's so much at stake with 15 left. That's 1.3 million gets called. What are we witnessing here? This is crazy. There's nearly 10 million in the middle as we hit the river. 7 of clubs arrives. Fernando's check called. 2 small bets. Fernando could have avoided all of this had he just jammed pre-flop. I don't think Mac Money would be able to call with ace-10 suited. Mac Money raising to 850. What a pickup there for him after losing chips in the previous hand. Kevin under the gun +1. And Yildirim. Pocket kings in the small blind. Thems look like raising chips to about 2.6 million. Even bigger, 3.3 it says. Fernando is all in and he's picked ill timing. We've got action, folks. Fernando all in with King Queen of Diamonds. Marab all in with Ace King off suit. Jack 10-8 is the flop. Decent amount of equity here for Fernando against the king. Turn is a 5. Fernando needing to get lucky on this river or he will be eliminated in 15th place. River is another 8. Fernando has been eliminated. He really butchered that hand with the 5s, lost a chunk of his chips and sent the rest of them the other way with the king queen of diamonds. Will take home €850 for his efforts. That's a nice payday. Well done, Fernando. Unlucky. Good game, sir. That means 14 players remaining now. We have a pay jump looming of just over €1,000 between 14th and 13th place. We also have the small matter of being 2 eliminations away from securing a 10 grand ticket. Things are really heating up here, folks. This is very nitty-gritty stuff we're watching. Hope you're enjoying the show. There are ICM spots that some of the best players in the world don't even know what to do. Min raised with the king queen on the button for Mac Money with the king queen off suit. Kevin out of the way in the small. 2 tables of 7 now, by the way, folks, with 14 remaining. Bogdan is back at this table. He's been raising with 2 mystery cards. And Yildirim going to call with Jack 8 of clubs. Don't really like this call at all from Yildirim. Not with what's at stake anyway. Mac Money going to get out of the way in the cutoff. Six, 4, 4 is the flop. 2 clubs. Marab coming along in the big blind also. Not sure what Bogdan has, but Yildirim liking this one. Onder taking that one down with a bet. Nice to see so many of you tuning in on Twitch and YouTube on this lovely Monday evening, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Looks like we've had one more elimination on the outer tables. 13 players remaining now. And Wonder gonna bet this one with just 9 high. And Mirab going to be forced to fold, and Bogdan going to have to get out of the way as well. Really nice pick up there for him. Talkative says, take a bubble time, so many nerves out there. Yeah, things are really, really nervy right now. This is a huge moment for these players. Lines have gone up on the ticket bubble here. 250k is the small blind. 500,000 big blind with 500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. Bogdan on the button and the decision. 16 bigs with pocket fours. I really don't know what he's meant to do here. Pass sounds like the best thing. Just don't get involved. It's not really worth picking up the blinds. Risking it. We can see, had fours shoved, the big blind would have had a difficult decision with ace-jack, but I think ace-jack probably too strong. I really don't know with some of these spots because you can't just factor in a 10-grand ticket. I've tried to do some ICM work on this before. I will probably do some more ICM work with it going forward. There's this amount of tickets, but we have to take into factor that it's just a 10-grand ticket. Okay, I said just, but it just means what we're playing for first is nearly 20 times that amount. So at some point we have to still be trying to accumulate chips. bet of 1.4 million here. From under. Gets there on the river. And this pot, lads, with 6 million in it. He's checking. And does Zuffa think he can win here with just ace high? He does. Checks it. We'll get the bad news. That's a bit, that's a bit of a kicker for Zuffa there. Really nice pickup for Onder. Onder now playing 18 mil. And Nuts is in the house. I don't think Johan is still in, no. And no KML either. Things are going to tighten up, like, guys. This could be a long bubble. We've had some really long ticket bubbles on this channel before. Other times it's just blasted through. It just depends. Usually the ticket bubble is happening at the final table. This is a little bit of a different dynamic. Then Nuts asking, how come there are 12 tickets? There are 12 tickets because there was 3,847 entries, generating a prize pool of 1.3 million there or thereabouts. Zuffa taking that one down with the King 7 of spades. Zuffa min raising, staying active, this time with the Queen 10 of clubs. Adam going for min raise of pocket trees from the cutoff. I'm not really the biggest fan of this. They're not going to play that well, trees, but people are going to be playing so tight I'd say it's okay. Under, going to call in the big blind with Jack 9 offsuit. Jack 10-7 is the flop. I like this check back from Adam. It's just a board we're going to get check raised a lot on, and it's just very straighty, flushy. Under is not even going to open on the button with a7. I think this is a mistake. It's a golden opportunity. Just raise and take it. Not a fan of that fold by the button. Oh, SpaghettiOs, look at the top right-hand corner of your screen. We have had an elimination on the outer table, which means all players remaining, we'll have 2 tables of 6, are all guaranteed entry into the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. Congratulations, everyone. Now it's all to play for. Players can relax, can really start pushing the chips around now. But other pay jumps have to be taken into consideration. The difference between 12th and 11th is €1,100. We're with a good rejam here with King 10 of Hearts. Bogdan going to be forced to fold this one. This is a good shove because I'm playing 6-handed now, but I think I prefer to just see a flop for 500k more. Kevin shoving on the button for 13 big blinds with 8s. Mac asked who bubbled the ticket. I do not know, as it was on the outer table. But 12 players remaining. Kevin Clement in the cutoff. Nice pick up there for the King Queen suited. Murab raising to 1.8 million here from the cutoff. I don't like this sizing at all from Murab. Over 3 times the big blind. There's no need for it. Bogdan going to get away from ace 10 because it was such a large raise size he was dealing with. That'll be the end of that. Gets another one through. Kevin is fast accumulating a lot of pink chips, getting 3 raises through in the last orbit. Bird says he's out for a beer. Enjoy your beer, Bird. And here we go, Marab with the rejam. Or it's blind v blind. Marab with the shove. Bogdan with the call. Here's the flop. 9-6 deuce. Bogdan in trouble here. Turns the 4. River is a deuce, and Bogdan has been eliminated in 12th place. Nice pick up there from Marab. Unlucky Bogdan, at least he's secured that ticket for himself, gets a nice payday. And we are now 11 handed across the two tables, 2 eliminations away from the final table of the Italian Poker Sport main event. Ten 8-6 is the flop. Under defending in the big blind with Queen 6, out flopping Zufa's pocket trees. So bet the call, turn is a 7. Zuffa checking back and now straight on the board. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Zuffa not wanting to try get his opponent off a chop. Boys will chop it up. Here is an update of the chip counts. Kevin is your shortest stack, but not so short, playing 18 bigs, and then Zuffa with 21, Mac Money 28, Marab 28 big blinds, and Onder is your chip leader, playing just over 20 million chips, which is good for 40 big blinds. Under calling here for a very large sizing with 10-9. Not really a big fan of calling here. It's just too much chips. And Marab quickly checking back on the turn, rivering nut flush and checking it all the way down. What's going on here? That's basically illegal. You cannot be checking there with a flush on the river. I guess it wasn't the nuts. I don't know what my thoughts are there. You can't just agree to check it down. That's madness. Pamu says check back the nuts. That's a penalty, right? Well, it was the second nuts, but it's still in dangerous territory. I don't really know what to say about that there. That's very surprising to me. The ace on the board was not a diamond, so it's the second nut flush hitting on the river. It's just flying out of order, not trying to go for value there when you have a made hand. This isn't, kiddie game is down to street, guys. We're playing for €200,000. Under goes for the full foot here with aces. I'm really not a fan of this, guys. We want to get action. And the way to get action is to not make it 4x, 3. So 11 players left now, all guaranteed €11,000. No pay jump between 11th and 10th, but a massive pay jump between 10th and 9th of €2,279. So things are really tensing up here. 2 eliminations away from the final table and 2 eliminations away from a huge pay jump. Pinmalas are the merging tables at 10 or 9. No, they play on, so you go two 2 tables of 5, and then I love that because players are forced to make moves. They can't just keep blinding away. Those blinds and antes coming around so fast and heavy, and every time it's Jesus. If you're playing sub 20 bigs, like you're getting 10% of your stack eradicated every time the blinds hit you. So it provides a lot of action, even though there's the FT to worry about and a 2.5 grand pay jump. And Zuffa playing this one sneakily, and I like this from Zuffa. Quadzilla in the house. 2 black aces and 2 red aces. That's 4. Mac Mooney has a piece of this, just a flush draw, but it's a piece nonetheless. He is going to continue, knowing his opponent can never have aces or ace king or kings. In theory, he does not want to see a diamond. Turning a 10 gives him a straight draw. I think he just wants to give up now, or try to hit a flush or straighten the river. Checks again. I think the move is to just check here on the river. If we bet, the jig is up because we're hardly bluffing. So our best option is to check here and try to get a bet from our opponent. But if we think we can get a king to call, I guess we should just bet ourselves. And we don't want to bet too much. Goes for a sizing of 1.3 million. I like this sizing. Quads in the house. Oh, Quadzilla. Talkative says Queen of Diamonds and 10 of Diamonds would have been fun, let's be honest. Yeah, it would have been the most fun. I'm sure we've had many hands go viral, but that one would go through the roof. That would break the internet. And Pamu says the hand was a bit shaky. Yeah, it definitely was a bit shaky there, wasn't it? He was shaking when he made the river bet, for sure. Sometimes that can be a bluff, but in general, on boards like that, it seems like it's more on the shaky hands can be a bluff or a value, but when it's shaky like that, it tends to be like the absolute nuts. You're just too overcome by adrenaline. Another clear indication is if somebody's tapping their feet under the table. I can't be giving away all my secrets, but it's called happy feet. I'm sure some of you have heard about it out there. It's when you're just too excited and your body tells your brain, hey, we're just going to make gestures like we're dancing here. Don't mind us. Blackline 3 there, under taking that one down. He is fast accumulating more chips. Up near 23 million now. Zuffa raising the cut-off with 10-8 of spades, and Kevin with a clear rejam here with ace-queen of diamonds. Doesn't really want to 3-bet unless he's 3-bet calling. Does decide he wants to go for a 3-bet. 3-betting to 2.6 million. And here's the problem. 10-8 of spades getting good odds. See the flop was called 6 million in the middle. Queen, 9, 5, 1 spade. That's going to be the end of that. Mark min raising here with the jacks. Under calling in the big with 8-5 off suit. King 6 deuce is the flop. Not much in it for under. Drew says he almost has to leave. Hopefully the FT bubble drama will start soon. I think the bubble drama has already begun, sir. On the button here. Making a 3x sizing and then Zuffa shoving over the top. I think I would just rather shove these. I can't see the exact stack size in the big blind, but if it's anywhere around 10 million, I think we just shove for the 20 bigs. Now we've put in 1.5 million, and it's going to be 6 million more to call, just 12 bigs, but I don't think fours are going to cut the mustard. If he was to call and win here, it would be a massive boost to his stack. He knows he's just going to be flipping at best. He is going to give this careful consideration, but I just feel like it's going to be too much of a stack. Usually when players count out, put them to the side, they call. Zuffa, no snap call. Good news for Zuffa. Yeah, it looks like he's put the chips back. He's going to conserve them. I think if we're going to raise fold there, we just want to jam. I don't know how many bigs the big blind has. We're about to find out. So yeah, Mac Money, I think we could have just jammed the fours. I know it seems like a lot, but those small pocket pairs going to play better as pure jams. Zuffa gets that one through. Back money, getting that one through. Would have been an interesting decision had the fours just jammed, by the way, and we were faced with the all-in with King Queen from the small. I believe King Queen is just going to be too strong of a hand for us to fold, but not ideal to call off. Set here from Marab. Quadzilla for the second time in a couple of orbits. Marab getting 2 million. Under releasing. Blinds have gone up, by the way, folks. 300k is the small blind, 600k is the big blind, with a 600k running big blind ante. And holy moly, you're getting moderator royalty here in the house. The donkey is a noble steed. The facial twitch. What up, my G? Just in time. Missed a lot of action today. I hope you are well. Still 11 players remaining, so things have been cagey here, facial twitch, as we are just 2 eliminations away from the final table of the Italian poker sport main event. Facial twitch says he did 10 days out of the country. Went to do some hard time, did you? Or where did you go? Facial twitch spending some time in Romania. Nice one, buddy. Sounds like a nice holiday. Switched off the phone in Romania for 10 days, sleeping 3 hours a day. I wonder what else you were doing. So, lots of partying, it sounds like. I'm just jealous. Back money shoves for 12.8 million with ace king in the big and under on the button here. Marab going for that 3x sizing again. These guys are really overusing these raise sizes 3 and 4x when they have 20 to 30 big blinds starting off. 993, Kevin going to defend. Turn is a jack, and this is going to provide some action. Both players a top pair now. Holy moly, we've got KML in the house at the same goddamn time as Facial Twitch. What up, my G? 6.7 million in this pot now. 4 hearts out there. Marab hoping to win, but he's unsuccessful. Kevin with the King Jack going to take this one down. KM says he just got home from Kings. Disappointing day 2. Get your bad beats in to the Nightbot. Nightbot really cares. He will give you all the correct answers. ICM genius, that fella. Mac Money with the min on the button. Jack 8 of clubs. Marab coming along for the ride with the Queen 4 hearts in the big. Kevin calling in the small. King 10. Flop is Ace 10 5. AM says, cheers mate, but I was going for FT minimum. Day 2 was a disaster. Mac Money with the min. Under calling from the small. Oh, they're getting there on the river. Getting there on the turn. Black money was done with the hand. Face of Twitch says, don't have a donkey, buy or rent one. How much are donkeys these days? Do they come with an engine? Yeah, and are these donkeys built to last? Or are they just going to keep shitting everywhere? You have to keep stopping for them to take a rest. How much water do we need for these donkeys? You have to feed them lots and lots of carrots. Gold carrots. Meanwhile, back at the action here, Mac Money been raising Kevin with the aces. Very small 3-bet. I think Mac Money is more than priced in here for 1.3 million more. Queen 6 deuce is the flop. Doesn't need to bet too big here, Kevin, but looks like he's going for 3 mil. And now, I don't think Mac Money can get away from this. He's got top pair. He's in position. Kevin just has 12 or 13 big blinds behind. There's already 9.2 million in the pot. Looks like he's just going to call. Turn is a king. And now, with all those draws on board, flush draws, straight draws, Kevin shoved 7.7 mil. Looks like Mac Money's just going to let it go. And you know what? That turn card saved Mac Money. Because if that was a different turn card, you would think he's getting all the money. Kevin. And there is the update, folks. 3 players here under 20 bigs. Onder with 31 bigs, and Kevin barely in front now. Just a flicker, 2 big blinds. More than Onder. Onder getting a walk there with ace queen. Pocklu says he's off. Right, have a good evening, buddy. Talk to you later. Thanks for your help. Bye-bye. Smack Money getting that one through from the small blind with the Jack 9 off suit. Marab completing with 10-9 of diamonds. I think I just prefer to rip here in the small. And just take it down. Under now. Okay, we've got action here on the turn. Two pair checking back for under. I think he missed out on not betting the flop. Now, it'll be hard for all the money to win now. River is an 8. Rab, if he checks here, definitely want to bet again if we're under. He just checks. Guy's playing a bit too passively here. He easily could have seen all the money go in there. Three-way action here, and no one with that big of a hand. King Jack 4 is the flop. Really feel like the small blind, the big blind, defending very wide there. Ace, queen, six, king is this board. Kevin with a pair of kings here on the turn. Straight draw for Mac Money. At a 1.5 million. Kevin will take that one down. Twitch says it's just because Don doesn't know no French. My little escargot. I done French in secondary school, but then I moved to Germany and couldn't remember any French. Didn't want to learn German, so just stuck to my pidgin English. Thank you very much for your question or your comment. Croissant. I'm a bit of Irish, yeah. Studied Irish in school as well, of course. But sure, man, if you don't do something for a decade, it's basically like learning it. I know it's like riding a bike, you never forget, but with languages, they need constant watering. You need to water that garden. Marab putting Mac Money to the test here, realizing that this 3x sizing that's being used at this short-handed affair is not always going to be the top of the range. At least Bunleary says if you not, you get banned. Oh, please don't cancel me. That's a big pickup there for the pocket sixes. Ace 10 5 is the flop. Mac money. Good top pair. Facial Twitch says 200k for the first. Not bad, I'd say. Yeah, I've mentioned it about 100 times already, but we are playing for 200,000 euro. The glory of becoming Italian poker sport main event champion. And you've all secured that 10 grand ticket. Under 3 betting, enough to put Zuffa and Marab all in. And I like this from Under instead of who's flatting. Zuffa just gonna be forced to fold. This is a good rejam by Onder. There was a lot of this calling in the small blind. I think this plays way better as a jam. Wait, hold on. What's going on here? He hasn't rejammed. Italy is a city. Well, that's a new one. What's the name of the city? Poker Sport. And now Marab is flicking it in for nearly his entire stack. And Onder gets out of the way. Had Marab just open and the 7s rejam like they're supposed to. The 6s get out of the way. But it's the 7s against the King Jack. But as it stands, it's the 6s against the King Jack. What a call here, indeed. 16.7 million in the pot. This is huge for both players. Zuffa 47% with the pocket sixes, Marab 53% with the King Jack of clubs. Here we go. What a flop for Marab. Top pair and all the outs in the world. Turn is the ace of diamonds. Zuffa needing a 6 on this river, or he will be eliminated in 11th place. No gamble, no future. Marab sends him to the rail in 11th place. Unlucky, sir. Good game. At least he secured that. That's a really nice payday of 11,000 euro. Marab now playing 30 big blinds. 10 players now remaining. So we are going to go with 2 tables of 5. One more elimination until that final table is reached. And that's when we will go on another break and we will come back with 9 players. Before that, we've got some cagey play here with 2 tables of 5 remaining. And as it stands, the sevens of under there losing the minimum on this occasion. And Jello asked, will the final table be today or tomorrow? It's today, buddy. We crowning yet another champion at the King's Resort live from Rosvedov tonight. Look at this is really evening out here. Kevin with 31 bigs, Murad with 30, Onder with 29, and Mac Money with 20. Not much separating before we're just about to get a new player. That new player will be Jakub from the Czech Republic. And he's going to be playing identical stack really, 32 bigs, 31 and a half bigs. Facial Twitch asked me, did I know that King's Resort is 3rd or 4th on the list for best poker places in the world? I knew for sure that it is the best in Europe by a landslide, and I would see that its only rival would really be Vegas. I think Austin has a fantastic poker room now, so perhaps that is some competition also. And then you've got to think of all the places like the Macau, but perhaps for poker alone. Yeah, you got Las Vegas and Macau, and I wouldn't be surprised if Austin's Texas, the Poker Lodge, is right up there. That place is huge. But that is astonishing. I knew we were definitely top 5. I better up my commentating game, so Facial Twitch. Kevin in the hijack pocket 9s. That's you're supposed to be here to help Facial Twitch. You are the donkey I didn't know I needed in my life. And I would go far to say that it could be number 1, but the reason people pick places like Macau or Vegas or Austin as their favorite spot is for the city that surrounds the poker room. As far as poker room goes alone, I think King's is right up there as arguably one of the best rooms in the world. A bet of 2 million here from Kevin, and Jakub will love this with top pair. It's the size too, Facial Switch says, and the biggest events going. Plus when you're there to play poker. Like you've got Prague an hour away, but in Rozvadov itself, yes, you've got all the things that the resort has to offer at King's, but you are predominantly going there to gamble. Red Luigi asked, is this live? It's live as live can be here, 30-minute delay. And Jakub gonna bet here on the river. Betting 4.5 million, hoping to get called by a worse hand, or perhaps trying to get an ace to fold, which would be quite ambitious, so it must be just a value bet. I don't think we are choosing that as a bluff, but definitely seems like a value bet. But a strange one nonetheless, because normally we would just go into check call mode there. Kevin with the aces again. Can we take that down? Two-time American Airlines in 20 minutes, says Facial Twitch. Good percentage. Caesar asked what percentage was the river sizing. It looked about 60% pot. Or yeah, sorry, yeah, just under half. It was 4.5 into 9.5, right? Kevin going to call for 1.6 million here. Needs to be careful, out of position. Jakub running a bluff here with 6-7 off suit on ace, king, queen, 9. Jakub going with a second barrel here, and that's going to get the job done. Really nice play there by Jakub, getting a king to fold. Thought we would get Kevin to call a second street, but it looks like he was done with the hand. So here we go. Mac Money on the button here with Ace Jack. Kevin in the small with Ace King. I don't see a world where Mac Money gets away from this. Kevin just wants to be rejamming, but decides to go for what looks like a very small 3-bet. And now we give the opportunity for Mac Money to see a flop for just 1.5 million more. We can see from the pot size there are 5.3 million out there already. So it's only 1.5 million more to call. We're getting over 3-1 on our money initially. Oh wow, Mac Money upping trips. Kevin, oh, going to ski bet here. Naturally enough, has to go for 1.5, 2 million. Bet at 1.5 million. Call from Mac Money. Turn is a queen. Stack to pot ratio less than 1-1 here for both opponents. Kevin going for another barrel. Starting for 2 million. Mac Money just going to call. He just has 4.7 million behind. Almost 14 million in the pot. River is a stick of hearts, and now Kevin just has to give up. The flush is completed. With the pair board. And Mac Money just going to shove this one. Like he's going for a non-all-in sizing, but it will be the most of it anyway. And it looks like Kevin might want to pay this off for some reason. There's 16.3 million in the middle. It's just 2.5 million for him to call. Well, I don't think he can beat much. It will be disastrous to his stack. He does decide he's getting too good of a price. Kevin can't believe his luck. He's going to fold and be left with 7 bigs. I know he was getting 7-1, but is his opponent really going to be bluffing for that sizing? I really don't think so. He can beat 9-10. 8-9, maybe. I just don't think he can call there. And Mac Money now, 21 million. He doesn't even have any heart blockers there with his ace king, so Not the greatest of situations for Kevin, and that leaves him with 7 bigs. Murad with 28, Onder with 29, McMoney with 35, and Jakub with 43. I still think the right way to play that was just to rejam pre. Yeah, Josie says don't think 8, 9 or 9, 10 are paying the 3-bet pre, but the 3-bet was for a tiny sizing. It was only 1.5 million more, and we'd already made it 1.3 million, so we were getting 3.5 to 1 on our money initially. So I think we would have to call with hands like 8, 9 suited or 9, 10 suited. I don't think we should be calling with 9, 10 off or 8, 9 off, but there you go. KM says he called flop and turn, put over half his stack in. How can he have a bluff? He just can't be bluffing. And I always say it on this channel. If we are getting crazy odds on the river, but we're basically never good, it doesn't make it a call. There are a couple of combos that we can beat with ace king, but it is minuscule. And I don't think we go with that sizing as a bluff. We try to put our opponent's tournament life at risk, surely, if we are going to try to get to the fold of hand. Jack Deuce asking for a count. No harm to know how much chips your opponent has exactly. Yeah, most players are just stacking their chips in 20 stacks, and it is easy for the rest of the players at the table to know how much chips you're playing. There is a huge pay jump that has to be taken into consideration here of nearly 2.5 grand, you know. It's also a reason why you're going to see players stalling. King Queen 10 is the flop here. Black money completing from the small. From the cutoff. Kevin in the big entry off scoot. It's a limp pot. A limp noodle. Onder, I think, wants to be betting here after the small blind and the big blind check to him. decide to just check. Turn is a 9. Nice pick up there. This will be the last hand before the break, folks. We are still playing 10-handed, 2 tables of 5, 1 elimination away from the final table. Under limping again, this time at 9-7 off suit. Not really understanding this limping game. Under going to call, and Jakob is in position with King 10 off suit. Quickly going check in record time. Looks like Jakob is just going to let this go. Just let it go. Under will scoop those tips, playing close to 20 million once more. We are going to go on a short break. I will see you all within 15 minutes for lots more action. Live from the King's Resort the Italian Poker Sport final day. See you all
less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The DJs are trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended for the evening.
One level now, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more.
I think also so.
Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river. And he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
That's 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more. Patrick calling a non-believer with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
Lucky luck under the gun, raising with ace queen off suit to 45k, and he's sad with the 2 black Jeffreys 2 seats over.
Raise.
He's going to raise. The 3 bet to 105k. Mexi now in the big blind with 2 9s. A difficult spot. The raise coming from under the gun and the 3 bet from mid position 1.
Oh.
Just calls the 85k more. I think with this stack depth, this is totally fine. Try flop a set 3 ways, why not? Go 3-way action to the flop, 345k in the middle. Ace, 8, 7, all spades is the flop. Lucky look, flopping by far the best of it here. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Sad wants to bet, he wants to bet something around 100k, 85k, something like that. Goes for 90.
How much to play, please?
I cannot see this. Can you cut it like 20? Please?
Actually look at the option. Raise or just call. Raising 250k here.
All in.
Look at this, instead going over the top. Just the jack of spades. Going with his read. Don't know what this accomplishes really. It's a very daring move. Lucky look showing significant strength, raising to $250,000 on the flop. He is a non-believer of the $250,000 raise, it would seem. And if you're lucky, look, you're not loving this calling off. You're going to be losing against made flushes, ace king, considerable portion of the time here.
You sure? I fold a really
Wow,
big hand.
wow.
I know.
You would not
Sad.
believe if you see.
You can see later.
Later we can see.
Mad genius move has worked.
I say
no, that's a-
set aces.
Or,
Ace king,
or
king of spades.
I think set ace.
Sad
ace.
repping a hand stronger than ace queen.
So we can later.
I think you have maybe a set
Getting
7 or 8.
lucky look to fold
I
ace
have
queen
ace
with the queen of
and
spades.
very good flash draw.
We're playing poker today, folks.
Show one
One card, one card,
one
one card.
No.
Wow. Ace queen and queen of spades. Wow.
On the turn.
The move with the jacks, with the jack of spades working this time, but needs to be really careful doing stuff like that.
start of the
We
day.
will
too,
not
yeah.
make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually.
Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The
and now
DJs are
is-
trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended
I
for
don't
the
think
evening.
We get bubble. By one level, no, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more,
I think also so.
Mac Money taking that one down with the aces. We're at back, third hand back now. 400, 800, 800 is going to put significant additional pressure on the shorter stacks at this table and the outer table, of course, with 10 remaining, 2 tables of 5. The ace jack taking that one down. Kevin with the rejam here for 5.5 million, and Jakob is going to be priced in for just 4 million more. He's going to call it. 12.2 million in the pot here, Jakob. Calling the additional 3.9 million with the 10-9 suited. Kevin is a 60-40 to double up here with the ace-queen off suit. 7-6-3. Kevin has to dodge additional outs, 8 of them. Turn is the king of diamonds. Kevin now 4-1 favourite as we hit the river. River is the 7 of hearts. Kevin will double up, playing 15 big blinds once more. Jakob all in from the cutoff here with threes for nearly 20 big blinds. Onder getting a walk with the 9 deuce of diamonds. Jacob raising in the small blind and back bunny in the big with Jack 9 suited. Fan is asking how much place paid in this tournament. You want the payouts or you want to know how many got paid initially? I think it was 287 that got paid. Or more, it was more. And Jakob min raising there, pricing Mac money in. Ace King King is the flop. I think it was 498 that made day 2. Jakob takes that one down. Onder raising to 1.8 million in the cutoff with ace-8 offsuit. Jakob raises to 1.6 million in the cutoff with ace 10 offsuit. Looks like Mac Money is going to squeeze this one with a 3-bet on the button. 3-bets to 4.2 million, and Kevin in the small now forced to fold his queen jack of diamonds. And Marab got out of the way. Action back on Jakob. Looks like he's decided to let it go. Wondering about that one. They have been playing very honest with each other in these small pots. So when 3-bet does come in, it's going to get big enough respect. Jakob deciding he's not going to continue. If Mac Money was relentlessly 3-betting us, I think I would just shove over the top of the ace 10, definitely ace jack plus. Onder getting a walk. Onder shoving from the small blind. King Queen off suit. Or it's the other way around. He limped and Jakob is shoved. Min raise from Marab with Queen 10 off suit. Mac going to complete 6-6 boost is the flop. Mac Money will take this one down, and look at the top right hand corner of your screen. We have reached the final table, folks. That means we are going to go on another break. We'll come back with the final table of the Italian poker sport within 20 minutes. Stay tuned. What a final table this is going to be. We'll see you all in a few moments.
Stay in your seat, we will make redraw, okay? Stay in your seat.
Viel Glück, ja?
We will make redraw soon. Just moment, Stefano, non posso. Non posso.
Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
Can I have a count? Okay.
Yeah.
How much? 47.
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
Good game.
Bro, you have to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to 1 million.
Это там 400, ты 100 тысяч. 4, 5.
Million. Million total.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack-9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the King-7 off suit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action.
125.
And from Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in.
Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the 3 of diamonds. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
Say no goal. Dice lo bingo, Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. D-Negs, you are in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50k. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160.
1.160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Negs just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360. And I was speaking to D-Negs. Went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800k.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
Who is all in?
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you get a count?
Let's see it. Okay, we got
Announces all in.
That he asked, right? Because then he probably doesn't have a queen. One, raise, 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
1.6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock.
Yeah, he gets it at 20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing a turn or river. Dvoris just gonna run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused. I didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder. Okay.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner pocket.
Nobody would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you don't need a fold, yeah. You got me covered, right? Okay.
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No, no. Anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it. That's every fucking 3 days.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
If I never go all in, I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
What do you think about Martin Cabral?
Who?
Do you know Martin Cabral?
I do know, but I don't want to know him.
Why? You don't like him?
No, I don't like him. He's the most terrible human being. He's not even a human being. Yeah.
And have you played against him?
Oh yeah, we played many years, heads-up cash games together, sometimes in tournaments, but I don't like him.
And what you don't like about him, like his style or?
Everything about him just... He's a good player. He talks a lot, a little bit annoying sometimes, but I think he's doing the right thing. With all the talking, he makes people nervous. That's why nobody likes him at the table. It's good for him, so he's a smart guy.
And have you played against him?
Yeah, I played 2 times. He was on my table.
And does it affect you or not?
No, not that much. I'm just saying I'm not talking to him, so I don't care what he says to me.
Well, I came first time in Kings like, I don't know, 10 years ago or maybe 12 years ago, so he was here in that time. So we never been friends, but he's not the nicest, not the worst. So I think all he's doing in the table is part of his strategy or his, I don't know, I don't want to speak bad about him, but I know he's doing a lot of bullshit in the table and make people angry, but this is him.
You get affected by this or not when you're playing against him?
It depends, it depends. I wasn't, but some of people get just bored, no? Like, he's making it so often, so often, so often, and he's never stopping. But it's okay, his strategy, I understand it.
Personally, I don't think he cheated, but I played back in the days with him, and I can say it's like a pretty annoying person. For these types of people should be something like restriction. It's like he's all the time in his house, in his kindergarten, doesn't matter if here in Rozvadov or another place, and nobody can fight this kind of attitude. And it's not fair for the game, for the fair play or like that.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
All right, folks, we're back. Cards are in the air. Shuffle up and deal for the final table of the Italian poker sport. Live from the King's Resort in Rozadov, my name is Action Man Dan, your host and broadcaster for the duration of this event. If you are just tuning in, welcome. Let's see how this FT is shaping up. All players guaranteed a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event and have netted themselves €13,279 cash monies minimum, all chasing that top prize of €189,650. This was a €380 buy-in, 9 remaining from the starting entry field size of 3,847. And under betting 1.6 million here. Jakob with the decision. He's got backdoor hearts working, backdoor straight draws. Could still be good, but ace high is going to continue. And this pot now 8.5 million. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Jakob turning massive equity here. All in she goes and up she flew. Under won't be able to continue now. Really nice pick up there for Jakob. KML says, let's go. Indeed. See the difference between 9th and 8th place alone is a few grand. 13,300 for 9th and 17,400 for 8th. So the pressure is on. Massive pay jumps. A lot of players playing at this FT won't have played for this kind of money before. Johan the man is in the house, said good evening back home after playing the IPS. Just going to have a look at the chip stacks here now. So Karish is your overwhelming chip leader, and the second in chips is Mac Money playing 30 odd big blinds. So a big discrepancy between 81 big blinds for first place and 32 big blinds for a second place, and Onder with 25 then is in third place. And all other players at this table, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th have 20 big blinds or less, well 21. 21 for Marco with 21, Jakob with 21, then Marab with 17, Kevin, Guy, Clement with 12, and the only player at this final table under 10 bigs is Michael Adam from the Czech Republic. On, they're going to take that one down with a bet. Playing close to 20 million once more. Blinds are still 400, 800 and 800. The raise of 2.9 million from the chip leader. Don't know much about this chip leader, by the way, but he's got an overwhelming amount of chips compared to the field. And I presume he didn't get them by saying his prayers. He was putting them to work. All he needs to do is keep whittling away at his competitors, picking the right spots, applying maximum pressure to the shorter stacks, letting them knock each other out. Greece. 2.6 million on the button with Jack 10 of clubs. He's using above a 3x raise size, and I'm not against it considering how much chips he has compared to the rest of the field. Adam is going to try to get lucky here, calls for 1.8 million more. King 7-6 is the flop, and now Adam going to be forced to check, and Karish going to be forced to jam, is what I would think is about to happen here. There we go. Nice pick up there for the tip leader. Liking this guy's style so far. 85 big blinds now. Marco, we've got two Italians at this final table, which is nice to see, considering it's called the Italian Poker. Okay, we've got action. Adam is all in over the top of Marco. A King 10 off suit. Big blind just going to be forced to let this one go. 1-1 take. King 4 off suit. It's going to go in the bin. Right on Queen 8-8. Adam not looking good to stay in this tournament. The turn is the 5 of diamonds. River is the 6 of spades. The Italiano knocking Michael Adam out in 9th place. Unlucky sir, good game. You will take home the ticket for 10 grand and 13,279 euro. That means 8 surviving, or 8 remaining. One guy says exactly what the F he fucked up as +2 the orbit before. He just has less chips now. You see, he's less than 4 bigs. I think there's enough money in the pot for him to get it in there with the King 10. It's a €380 buy-in. Means of Death says ICM equals I call mate, but that is really funny. But it needs to be taken into consideration that there is heavy ICM at play here. It will be at its strongest when we have 6 or 5 players remaining. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there are 8 players remaining from a starting entry field of 3,847. Open ender here for Mac Money. Mac Money going to bet 800k. KM wants a 10 of diamonds on the turn. Actually, wouldn't have minded a check raise in Marco's spot there. Evan is short stack now for 12 big blinds, and Kurish 86 big blinds. Closing in on 40% of all chips in play. Well, you didn't get your 10 of diamonds anyway, KM. Bit of action here though. Marab raising to 1.6 million and under. In the cutoff, 3 betting 7.5 mil. Nice pick up there for under. Mac Money raised to 1.6 million with the 6s. You can call him Corey. Corey, 3 betting to 4.5 million here with the Ace King. Back to Mac Money. We talked about a spot like this earlier where if the chip leader is getting out of line, we can just 4-bet rip hands like 6s, 7s, and 8s. But on an FT like this and significant ICM pressure, we can opt to call for just 2.9 million more, but in general, I think we just let this one go, especially when it's under the gun +1 against under the gun +2. Goes for a call, and there's 11 million in this pot now as we see the flop. And it is Queen Jack 9. KM says it's enough implied odds to call. I think it's fine. If it was later positions, you could 4-bet rip. If you're being bullied, is what I was saying. I don't think you were here earlier when we were discussing what time to pull the trigger against these 3-bets with hands like small pocket pairs. Well, you can get rid of those pesky ads, lads. Nobody likes the ads. You can like, subscribe, and follow the channel. You won't have any more ads to deal with. It was a good flop for Ace King, but in general, we would usually just check back such a wet flop. But when he's able to put all this pressure on the whole table, I think it's fine to just bet. If we get check ripped or check raised, we can just let our hand go. Jakob putting a stop to this. Breach. Raising the full 3x with the King and Jack of Hearts. Jakob is going all in for just under 25 bigs. I like how quick he's taken with his decisions as well. That's very nice of Johan. Johan gifting a tier 1 sub to Pamut. We've given 7 gift subs in this channel. Thank you very much. That's a really nice thing to do. MJ the blank. He did change his name. Oh, that's funny. Marco looking for a count. Kevin shoving on the button, and Marco, although this is for just under 10 big blinds total, I think we don't have a strong enough hand to be calling. I think everybody needs new nicknames, guys. Yeah. Let's make it way more confusing to find out who's who. Just don't. Just because we had two MJs and the other MJ had a massive blank beside his name, so I said, well, just call yourself MJ the blank, and then he did. There's 11 million in the pot. It's 5.8 million to call. He does have enough equity. It just hurts him a lot if he's to call and lose this one. Close spot, but lets it go. Any less, I think we're flicking it in. Any more, we're definitely just folding. It's one of them ones.
Okay. We play 8 max. Okay, you can move a little bit. Okay. Now Marco, you are sit 7. Okay, Marco. Okay. You put the cards there, and Marco put the cards here. I sit 9. We put there. Okay. Understood. There is more space for everybody. 7 go to 6 and 8 go to 7.
Was good card?
Nice pickup for the 10s without showdown. And wonder. This, I don't like limping with hands like 7s here under the gun. Tacker says he's the limp master. He has been somewhat of a limp master, yes. Now, Karish in the big blind, I would prefer if he just bumped it up, put the pressure on with a hand like King Queen. Camus says if the others have a friend in the room that's watching the stream, you know he is predictable. He raised big with monsters, limped or made small raises with hands that will fold to a re-raise. That is a very good point. He's mixing it up, but he's mixing it up with all the wrong ranges. It's a dead giveaway. A lot of valuable information to be had, especially when you're playing for such massive amounts of money. Johan says average stack is 30 big blinds, very deep. Yes, well, we're fast approaching 1 million big blind, so that's going to put additional pressure on these stacks. And what's happening at this FT is a lot of the stacks are around that area of 20 to 30 big blinds. Don't like this call on the turn from under at all. Jakob now 28.7 million. MJ, the blank. Just going to call you blank, I suppose. It's very predictable. Now Mac Money has a read on him and will after. Will be after his money, yeah, definitely. Now Onder just wants to shove this one. And he does. And this is going to be interesting when it gets back around to Marco. Marco already folding the King Jack. Does he want to gamble with nines? So much additional dead money here. There's 1.6 million times 3. And then if we add this in, so there's 23.5 million in the pot. But it's for his entire stack. He's raised under the gun. We are still 8-handed. I think nines just has to go in the muck. Two and a half minutes in the tank now for Marco. Just let it go. I think that could be a jacks plus kind of a scenario. I don't even know if we're meant to stack off with tens. Nice, really nice 6.5 million pickup there for the ace queen of under. By the way, Mac saying, why is Clement calling King Jack off with under the gun versus under the gun with 13 bigs? It's horrible. It's I call it as I see it. It's just not good. And then I'm not really the biggest fan of ace 5 calling on the button either. Even though we are the chip leader, we can kind of do what we want. We've seen a few speculative hands trying to get to the flop today. And guys, the blinds are up now. 500,000 is the small blind, 1 million is the big blind, with a 1 million running big blind ante. That's 500,000, 1 million, 1 million. Jakob raising under the gun here. Mac Money going to call in the hijack with eights. DM Boss says, is a three bet push call. I think eights is just going to be fine to call here in the hijack. Honestly, we've got just over 30 bigs. Five, 7, 10 is the flop. 2.2 million is the bet from Jakob, and Mac Money wants to be calling one here. Just one overcard to his pocket pair. Jakob has some good barreling opportunities here on turn and river. That's a very good point, Pamil. Yeah, the blinds haven't caught up yet because we're still in this hand. It'll be fixed now in the next hand or two. And look how many outs Jakob has picked up here. 18. He now has 18 outs. $3.5 million is the bet from Jakob. I would like for him to go a bit bigger than this if he wants to set up a river jam. Pamu says he thinks he would check call with ace queen suited here. I think you are better off just betting this one, especially when we are the under the gun opener. We're going to have a lot more king X. We still have kings, we still have aces, we still have ace king. We still have tens, we still have sevens, we still have fives, maybe. We've got some combo draws. We've got king queen. Famu says if you get bet and get shoved on, it's a really tough spot. Well, that's what makes it a really good bet. It's like with ICM nearly at its strongest, it's unlikely you are going to get jammed on. And if you think about it, like if you get jammed on, like what are they jamming with? Like a set of sevens or a set of fives? Like they're just gonna call with a 10 again. Maybe they even fold a 10. And it's unlikely they have a king. So I think that just makes it a clear bet. One guy says, I think you can comfortably fold if you get jammed on. It's just unlikely that we're going to get jammed on. If we do get jammed on, we can fold, even though we have so many outs. I think anyway. It depends how much we've committed. Hijack making it 2.8 million to go. I like this sizing. Greesh takes that one down. going the cutoff here with 13.5 big blinds with ace-5 of diamonds. I think he can just rip this one.
Cosa sta succedendo? Quello che sta succedendo è clamoroso. Questo non ha visto, io c'avevo le carte. Stavo facendo questo.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Wait. Hesitate. Okay. The action go back there. So make action after
And so I think what's happened is Jakob has gone all in out of turn. That gets the ace-5 of diamonds to fold. Oh, he saw his cards. Okay, thank you guys. Jakob now paying 35 million. Gotta protect your cards at all times. That's on you. 2 players now under 10 bigs. Marco and Mark with 14 and 13 bigs respectively. Max says, Pamu, yeah, sometimes you get jammed on by sets or king 10 screw, but the times you fold out all the pocket pairs or 10x make out for the times you get jammed on, but I would pick a bigger sizing, something like 75% pot. That was exactly what I said. Hey, correct comment, sir. Yeah, emotions are running high here at this FT because there's so much money up for grabs and there's a few short stacks. We're at a really pivotal point at this 8-handed affair. all the way around to the cutoff of Marab at 8 bigs. He's going to fold. I think he could have shoved the ace-3, but it's probably a bit too loose. Under going to bump this one up, and be careful against the chip leader with just the 10 deuce. The Jack 7 of hearts of Gresh. Does anyone know what the actual way to pronounce that first name is? Because I've asked Google and they've just said Koresh. It's kind of the same thing. Max says if there were a little bit more shallow stack, like 15 to 20 big blinds effective on the turn, check makes some sense, but to check jam, not to check call. You could do it that way as well, but you have to be pretty sure that your opponent's going to bet the turn. I think if we bet X amount on the turn, if we make a really large sizing, depending on how much is left behind, we're probably committing ourselves. Marco shoving under the gun here. This is a big shove, 8-handed. I don't really like this for 13.5 bigs. Not the end of the world, but I'd rather just min-raise this one or just fold it all together. There's shorter stacks at the table, so we want them to bust before us.
Io te l'ho detto che tutti i lavori.
Kevin shoves for 7 bigs with ace-10 offsuit. Marco, 5.9 million more for him to call. It is only 7 bigs total, and he has 2 big blinds invested, including his ante. So I don't think this is going to be good. If it was 5 bigs or less, we could flick it in. Guy has a hard time indeed. Which poker joker has just declared. Kevin playing close to 10 bigs again. Mark shoves for 10 bigs with ace-7 and gets it through. Chip leader making the 2.3 to go with ace-4 clubs. Kevin can defend here. 1.3 million, 1.8 off 2. Decides to let it go. I think that's fine. Queens for Mac Money. Gonna get it through. I'll have to be content with the blinds and antes. Edgy stuff here. You get tension with a knife at the King's Resort at the moment. 8 remaining. 2 for 3, even 4 stack. None wanting to bust before the other 2 paid them. Ace Queen for the chip leader, 2.7 million to go. Over 71 million now for the chippy. Two black ladies were under. It's a large leg size, 3.3 million. Just too much. Doesn't need to make it this much. Just min raise. Or a little bit of cheese on top, 2.5x. Market pocket 8, but they're going against under the gun plus 100. It's going to go straight into the muck. Prices everyone out, and will have to be content with the blinds and antes, and shows the whole table how strong it is. Well, if he bets 2 mil there, I don't know if 8s can shove because there's a few short stacks behind him, right? Lower than his, and under the gun against under the gun plus 1. So I think 8s still have to go in the muck, even if he does min raise. Chip leader going to check call here. Small blind against big blind on the turn. This pot's starting to blow. 12 million in this pot now. Onder has to know he can't win by checking, but the board just paired on 10-4, 8 king 10. Going to try get a better hand to fold here, it seems. $12 million in the pot, 25 million in his stack. He's going to bet. How much is he going to bet? Like 5 million he has in his hand. Oh, he looked very unsure of himself there. He'd be happy he checked. 55 picks now for the chippy. Under making it 3 million in the small with the king three off too. He's better off just straight up jamming this. Doesn't want to have to raise call it. Take down the blind panties. Johan says Kurish finished 4th at the IPS in June 2021. Yeah, he's definitely an accomplished player. You can tell how relaxed he is. He's acting quite quick as well. He's not afraid of getting in the mix. Grab all in for 5 bigs. Now, Marco in the big blind. I think he wants to call this one for 5 total. We already have one out there. It's only 4.3 million more for us. And we already have our big blind ante invested. Those call. So, first all in and call at the FT. And 10-9-4. Marco, a 3-1 favorite. Turn is the queen. River is a 4. And that's going to be a Chopinski. Who says cool shirt by Marav? I've got the same. If you're not a reg, dress like a reg. But to keep the regs guessing for sure. We've got action, 2.6 million with 2 red kings. Oh, and look at this, Kevin going to shove for his last 6 bigs. Koresh just deciding whether to call or 4-bet all in. Does just go for a 4-bet all in. Apocalypse is back in the house just in time. You haven't missed much at this FT so far, but we've got an all-in and a call. Kings way out in front. Kevin gonna need help. Gets a small glimmer of hope with a 9 on the flop. Turn is a 3. There's 4 outs now as we hit the river. It is a king of kings. And Koresh now playing 85 big blinds. The Frenchman out in 8th place. Battled hard. Good game. Unlucky in the end, sir. You take home €17,400 for your efforts. Not bad from €380 buy-in and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker main event later on this year. Marco in the cutoff, all in with ace queen of hearts. Gets the job done. And what a moment there for Marab, by the way, getting a pay jump, and he's still playing 4 bigs himself. Four players at this FT now with 20 big blinds or less. Mac Money with 20, Marco 15, Mark with 11, and Marab with 4. Then Jakob with 28, second place with 30, and the rest of the chips belonging to that man right there. 85 big blinds for Koresh. Marco min raising from the hijack. Fresh. And what a flop this is with the jack and the spades for the big blind. This is going to go all in, I would think. Marco wants to bet. The jack 10 just wants to jam. I think I prefer this as a jam, honestly. Not so much outs. Got all the tips. Turn is a 10. On a pair and push draw with courage now and an inside. Great draw. Just too much out. Big moment here, 31.3 million in the spot. Outs for the chip leader. Marco wanting a hold. It is the 9 of spades. Borish nailing that one on the river. And that is sick for Marco. Nothing he can do. Burish now playing 100 big blinds. 100 million for that man. Seventh place going to take home 24,600 euros. That means 60 players remaining. Mano says that's an insulting card. Yeah. The cards don't have any feelings, buddy. But I hear you. And now, take a foul for Morale. He's playing less than 4 big blinds and has successfully got 2 agents. We are now 6-handed. All players guaranteed a minimum of 32,200 euro, which is 42,000, including the 10 grand ticket. Incredible stuff here at the Italian Poker Sport final table. Not every day you see a straight push. Marab and the hijack now, 3.5 bigs. Button just shoving. We're making it 3.5 times the big. Shows the ace. Who's going to be able to stop this man? Burish is playing out of his socks in the deck, hitting him in the face. I love this dude. I'm just going to say it. He gets my vote. And Murad with Jack Deuce of clubs with 1.5 big blinds behind. Orish in the hijack with Jack 9. Jakub with the best of it here with a pair of 7s. We'll see a turn. Turn is a cake. Of course, wants to keep barreling this one. No! We missed the spot here. We want to surely to bet the river then. Wants to bet about 5 million here. Goes for 4.6. Good man, Courage. I would prefer to see him triple barrel this one. Jakub might go into check all mode. Beat some draws. Was called and a stutter step here from the chip leader. Okay to check this turn sometimes, but I think given the pressure scenario, we just want to keep barreling. No reason to give up. They're taking that down. The blinds and antes, which are currently worth 2.5 mil ball. Grab all in, King 6 spades on the button for his last big blind. Check it. Push. Checking his 4 deuce and looking good for Murad. Not anymore. Murad will think he's good, but he's not. Black money hitting it straight on the river. Murad has been eliminated. He can't complain in the slightest. What a run from Murad. Man fought like a dog. And he will take home €42,000, including the 10 grand ticket to the WSOP later on this year. That means we are 5-handed, ladies and gentlemen. All players now guaranteed €40,200. Mark all in for his last 8 bigs here. Ace 10 off suit. Mark has done really well as well, actually. He's done so well that I didn't even think about him because there were some of the other short packs. The only Italiano left. Apocalypse says, Dan, are you sure it's not me who's action man? I got back in 3 knockouts in 10 minutes. Well, I owe you a pint then, Apocalypse, when you bring me to see some WrestleMania. You're going to give me dance lessons while you're at it. Little do you know, I'm like an absolute elephant. I am learning like the most basic footwork when I do like boxing, I suppose, but I don't train or anything. No. I'm left-handed. I throw a ball with my right hand, kick with my right foot. I use a knife with my right hand, a right with my left hand. You get the picture here. I'm a bit all over the place. But you're all action men. Everyone in the Action Army on Twitch. I love you guys. You're such great help. Help me get through the day. Always there to keep the stream going.
Gifter. Money. No. Gift.
This schwarz. This black, yes. And we're really growing this channel nicely and on YouTube as well. We've doubled in basically a year, which is great to see. But it's down to the viewers. Look at that, 50% of the chips in play belong to Koresh. The blinds are up to 600k, 1.2 million. Johan says the average stack is more than 30 big blinds. Yes, but it has to be said that the average stack kind of goes out of the window when there's one player with 100 bigs. Goes to it, 50% of the chips in play. Mark all in from the small pocket eights. And Onder has one of the best hands in the deck, forward here. Good cracking hand. Call him up. Three, 4, 5 is the flop. Not a good start for Under. No hearts, no jacks, no queens. Mark is 70%. Double up to 19.2 million. Turn is a king of kings. Under needing a queen or a jack on this river. It's a 10. Under forced to pay the man, and now Mark will be playing a very similar stack to Under. 1.2 million is the big blind, yes. 600k is the small blind. 1.2 million is the big blind. Right, ante. 5 remaining. On her with the raise, 3.2 million with 17 off shoot. Under the best of it here. Jakob coming up short. He's going to bet 2.5 million. And Under not even going to continue. Blind 1, 2, 3, yes, the blinds every 30 minutes here. Minute blinds. Loads to play left in this one. $3.5 million on the button with the ace-5 for Koresh. Are calling in the big. Well, that's a nice flop for Mark there, flopping it straight. Problem is, his opponent doesn't have much. all he does is call here. All he wants to do is call here. No need to scare away the chippy from betting a second time. Turn goes check, check, rivers the jack of hearts. And now, if we're Mark, I think we just want to be betting. Get called by two pair of hands and maybe a queen. We could rep miss diamonds, miss spades. Maybe a miss straight draw, although the jack completes a lot of those. Courage. Mucking his hand, shaking his head. He's such a character. I like this guy. Wander going for a min race here on the button. Could just shove that one. Probably a bit too much. Good thing he didn't, because Jakob is in the big blind with ace king off suit. Nice pick up there for Jakob, and he's really contending himself nicely in second place. That's a lot of pink he's been accumulating, and it all adds up. Get an update of the chip counts here. Look, Onder is your short stack, but not so short, still with 15 bigs. Mac Money 17, Mark with 24, Jakob with 33, and Portish out in front with 71 big blinds. His career earnings so far are only 7.5K, just under 8,000, $7,869. That's a nice pickup there. He's now paying 40 million, really establishing himself in this five-handed affair. A lot of chips going his way so far. Seven, 7, 5, 8. This board. Boardish open-ended here on the turn. Checks again. Under check behind. River is a king. Would have liked to see Korish do something on the turn. I think checking is fine, but leading might be the option. Oh, now he has to know he can't win there with 10 high. Korish needs to remain composed. He's had it all his own way. He's losing a couple of small pots, a couple of stutter steps, still has loads of chips. Who do you think's going to win this one? Get your predictions out in the chat. Apocalypse in with the smart Alec answer. All right, the one who has all the chips at the end. That's why you're in the executive committee.
Buraya da mısınız abi? Hiç kağıt gelmiyor abi. Hiçbir şey. Ben küçük kağıtlara bile ödeyeyim artık. Yok.
What's going on here? Mark shoving for 25 million from the button, the big blind. And Korish on the button here with King Queen offsuit. And this one could get called, folks. Does decide to let it go. We went either way with that one. Mark with another pocket pair, this time in the small blind. He's had quite a meteoric rise. He must be buzzing. He's had 4 pay jumps off a short stack and now is gaining momentum. Eight, 7, 4. Jakob deciding not to even open a hand as strong as King 8 on the button. Chippy will get a walk.
helicopters, okay? No like helicopters, okay? Just push and we will take. You watch. You fold. Next time it's red card, okay? Nah, just for you, yellow card, okay?
Mac Money shoving on the button here with the ace-6 offsuit. Onder not going to call with the ace-5. One guy asked what happened there. Just a walk given to the chip leader where I feel like King 8 should have just went for a steal on the button. Jakob raising to 2.6 million with pocket nines, and Mark can defend here with 9-8 of diamonds. Bet from Jakob with the overpair. Mark has an inside straight draw, with no diamond in his hand. Just depends what way he wants to play this one. This block is going to favour big blinds for spending range more so than the opener's range, but Mark away from it. Jakob now suddenly playing well over 40 million. Timmy Two Shots is back in the house. Timmy Two Shots was there till the very last hand last night. Nice to have you back with us, Timmy Two Shots. What up, my G? Gang, gang. Mac Money raising the 2.5. Yeah, complete in the big 7-7-3 is up. Jakob checking. Mac Money wants to be betting this the majority of the time. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draws. Third board. And when back money bets here, Jakob could just stick him in for 12 bigs. Bet a 2.2. No problem with calling, obviously. We get barreled off our hand a lot. Or is it 5? Back from Jakob, and now this board favouring big blinds perceived defending range. Mac money most likely going to give up. 11.2 million in the middle. Stack to pot ratio of almost 1-to-1. River is a 5. And look at this. Oh, Jakob is fine. Sorry, he's still winning with Queen High. He was saying he just got counterfeit. And he is just going to bluff at this, betting 4 million. Back money forced to fold. And now Jakob playing 50 million. Jakob impressing me. Only 8k in tournament live earnings before this event.
Nice flop.
Mark raises to 2.6 million. King 10 off suit, and Jakob just going to call in the small blind. The King Queen of diamonds. This could get interesting. And it is going to get interesting because Mark flopping top pair, Jakob with a better top pair, and it's disguised. We could see a lot of money go in here. And I would prefer for Jakob to just call this one. But if he thinks his opponent's going to put in more money now, let's just call. Oh my God, the turn is another king, the case king. Jakob checking, and now Mark deciding how much he wants to bet. There are 3 spades out there. Just decides the pot control / deception. And now, you know what I would do? I would probably go for a check raise here if I was Jakob, because Mark is going to bet that ace a lot of the time. Bets 10 million, gets called. Massive pot going to Jakob here. That happened so quick. Mark will hate to see that. There's nothing he can do. It's just a cold, cold deck. What a pot there for Jakob. He's fast approaching the chip leader now at this stage. Johan asked me what my pick is for the win. Well, you know, I'm all about momentum shifting, and all momentum is shifting in Jakob's direction. Well, Koresh has done some funny things, but then he's stutter-stepped a couple of times. Decision fatigue. If I had to pick someone right now, it would probably have to be Jakob. But there's still a lot of chips in play. There's a lot of play left in this event. And it could go any way, as you know. And if Koresh is getting tired, I've got to go with the youth on this one. And Mark. Pocket fours here, 9 million more for him to call. Bonder gonna get this one through. Now playing 13 big blinds. Getting mixed up with the names there. It's been a long day. And it ain't over yet. We stay until the job is done. Camus says good fold. Onder was sitting too comfortable. The king jack offsuit. Raising and taking that one down. Yeah, fours just would have been too big of a call. And here is the update. Under Mac Money and Mark, all 13 big blinds are under. Jakob 56 bigs, closing in on the chip leader still of Paresh with 71 bigs.
Lucky. Thanks to your stake, I'm falling.
Mark Bunny taking it down, King Jack. Jakob in the cutoff, raising 2.6 million with the ace-9 offsuit. Onder going to call in the big blind with king-3 of diamonds. Onder looks like he's getting a bit frustrated. He's shoving 7-6 off suit on the button here. Not a fan of this. We'll get the job done though. Fix the blinds and antes. Camus says 7-6 suited would have been a good shove. Yeah. It's just I have a chart in front of me. Obviously, this is not taking ice game into consideration. It's just your chip. But 10 big blinds on the button. 6-5 suited plus. Camus says, and he only raised big with big hands, so we'll get the job done most of the time. Yeah, that's fair enough. You just get a sense that players are getting a little bit frustrated. They've been playing for a long time. And many days, not just today. They had a late night last night, very late, like almost 4:30 in the morning. Boris 3xing there. Taking that one down under. Folding. Uh-oh, here we go. What a hand. McMoney all in, Onder all in. Chip leader calling. I could barely keep up with the action that happened so quick. 40 million in the pot. Here we go. It's the kings of kings for the chip leader and a king in the window. Oh my God. Boys leading, runner, straight for the nines. Quads needed for Mac Money. Full house seals the deal. 9 comes on the river. It doesn't matter. Mac Money has been eliminated in 5th place. Onder has been eliminated in 4th place. We are now 3-handed. Congratulations, lads. And unlucky in the end. You've got to be happy. You played a stormer. 5th place taking home 40 grand. 4th place taking home 50 grand. And a 10 grand ticket on top. What more could you ask for a €380 buy-in?
He was less chips than you.
Look at all of those chips. He is now playing 114 million, which is good for 95 big blinds. Jakob with 57 and Mark now playing 8. Let's have a moment for Mark. Mark has laddered and laddered his way up to well over to €69,000. That is incredible, and we are going to get the chips coloured up. We'll introduce that 1 million chip, the yellow chip, into play. What is the short stack doing? He wasn't at the table for that hand. Get back, you. Jesus, you silly Sally. Not be missing hands like that. Camus asking, is there a break? There's a break in a couple of hands' time. And then we will be chipping up. Mark in the small, picking up the ladies. 5 big blinds. I don't think he can limp, but maybe. Jakob just going to check his option with 7-3 offsuit. Mark sealing the deal here, flopping a full house. Checker. Now a 7 on the river. Might get a big blind. He's going to get paid on the river. Mark on the button between 10 and 9 bigs, just wants to be jamming this one. Chorus falling with 5-4 of hearts. Flop is King, King 7. Mark can just bet one big blind here and take it down, or check, goes for a check, and now Chorus going to have to bet something here with an inside straight draw. Tries to just check again. Let them have it. 2.2 million is the bet. Takes it down. And this will be the last hand before the break, folks. Jakob with a monster here on the button, three-handed, King, Queen of Diamonds. Small blind folds and Mark with 10-4 spades in the big. Break after this hand will be for less than 15 minutes. Ace Jack is the flop. Jakob checking back, turn is a 6 of diamonds. Mark checks again. Now Jakob better check. Info options are fine, but I think we just want to start betting. Does bet. That's going to be the end of that. We're going to go on a break. We'll see you all, folks. Don't go anywhere. On a day that's had so much action and drama, you don't want to miss the conclusion of this one. We'll see you all in a few moments.
Lupu says he's got a very, very good hand. Do you though?
How much can you sell one card? Show one card. No, sell it. Sell it.
Elke's saying, can you sell one card?
7,000, 24,000.
Il t'a fait une revue, 31 000, tu connais ses cartes.
With King 10 of clubs, raises to 1500. Goes with King 10 offsuit. Gonna make the call.
No, we paid 222. So if you ever pay, you have a battery on it.
Go with Queen Jack offsuit now.
Feliz Navidad.
Amen. Hi.
Elke with King 10 of clubs here.
Feliz Navidad. Je peux regarder les cartes derrière. J'aime bien faire ça aussi.
Jack 9-6, 2 hearts. Lupu with the best of it right now. Elke with a gut shot. Goes with a gut shot as well.
60.
Elke fires out.
Service, please.
2500.
Thank you. Je t'aime.
Goes makes the call, and Lupu is sat up in his chair. Elects to just call. Queen of hearts on the turn. Elke makes a straight. Goge makes a straight. Lupu makes, as Matt Damon would say, top 2 pair. There is a flush possible as well. What is going to happen here? 5,000 is the bet from Goge. I met Lupu last week and both of those glasses are the coolest I've ever seen. Awesome. Seems like a very cool dude. Having a tough night tonight, but seems like a very good guy. Reaching for chips here. 15,000 is the bet. Elke just snap folds the straight. Not interested one bit. And a call from Goge.
Fucking crazy.
Ace of diamonds on the river. So Goge with the best of it. Lupu can't be loving this board with his 2 pair. He checks it on over to Goge. So he's got the straights. Must feel like his opponent would never check a flush. 007 Axel T says, lol, Elke. Well, to be fair, there are 2 players behind. He doesn't have a heart in his hand. Don't begrudge him this fold. How big is that?
65,000.
Ay, 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 65,000 euros. And once again, Lupu is in the blender. Goge knows exactly where he's at. And if Lupu calls, this will be a 172,000 euro pot. Absolutely massive. Lupu says he's got a very, very good hand. Do you though?
How much can you sell one card? Show one card. No, sell it. Sell it.
Elke's saying, can you sell one card?
This card, 7,000. Oh, not like this. This card, 24,000.
En gros, c'est quoi? Tu payes 31 000, tu connais ses cartes.
Right? Yes.
You cannot go back.
24,000.
Tu payes 31 000, tu connais ses cartes.
And you can't raise me.
Can he buy both?
You can't buy both. You can't buy both. You can only buy one. You can't raise me.
On est en stream, hein. We are on stream.
24/7. You can't buy both and you can't raise.
T'imagines? Là, ça fait un call.
Wow, Lupu's given him 7K.
I never see that in my whole life.
What's he turned over? Is it the
10 of diamonds for 7K. Oh my word, what is going on, chat?
Ah non, il peut payer en fait. Ah, il est sûr qu'on le paye. Oh, yo, yo. Oh.
You want the coin?
It's been asking Lupu if he wants the coin.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, c'est correct.
Armin's got the coin as well.
Du sens avec l'as de cœur.
This is unbelievable, chat.
Bon, au flop, il peut payer.
Come on, this is taking forever. Sorry, I know it's a big decision, but it's a long time now.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, the stream delay is going to catch up.
Do you reckon they're still playing this hand?
The stream. Wow. Makes the call and gets shown the nut straight. 172,000 euro pot going Armin Goj's way. He is now the biggest winner on the night by a long shot.
Oh, big numbers for some players there, Henry.
Some huge numbers.
Moi j'aurais bluff ce spot.
Okay, 8 for John, raising it up to 1,200 euros.
C'est mon fils, les gars. Je dois penser comme je pense. C'est mon fils. Et j'aurais joué comme ça le coup, dans sa situation.
In the big blind. Feels like he's in the mood to play
Ouais. Mais moi,
as many hands as he can. Who's going to make the call?
250, 300 000. Et 400 000, je perds pas 400 000.
I think Lupu wants to play a big pot against John and Armin.
220, 230.
10-5 deuce. Off to a decent start there is Lupu. Flopping middle pair. If he's going to win this pot, he needs to flop something, and he's done just that.
C'est Lambeau, ça va?
It's so improved though.
They're still playing the stand-up game. I completely forgot.
Oh, so did I.
Fucking flip.
Lupu is sitting down.
Il n'y a personne qui va s'asseoir, je vous le dis.
Personne qui va, c'est ça.
2K is the bet. 2K has been called 5 or a 3.
Ah, combien le bon pot?
No 5, no 3, but he does pick up extra outs in the form of a straight draw.
Avec des restes préflop et tout.
I like this bet from John. Very, very tempting to check, given there is an overcard to the boards.
Bah non, hier.
Recognizes that his opponent is a little loosey-goosey.
Ah bah là, il n'y a pas de cap hier.
I said an overcard to the board. I, of course, meant an overcard to his pair.
It's all right, mate.
And call is a decision from Lupu.
I don't think anyone at home is judging you after 8 hours in the booth, mate.
This is true. 10 on the river. I think John could eke out some extra value here.
I'd like to see him go for it.
C'est du 6 card Omaha, 3 board.
6 card Omaha triple board. You sicko.
Let's do it. Sound good.
He's so annoyed at that. That coin flip.
I did on live tilt. 15k is the bet from John. Really like this bet.
Don't flip a coin.
Oh, it's 20k.
Exactly.
Wow, what boss.
Pot size bet with second pair.
Fucking flip.
Ça n'a rien changé. Ça n'a rien changé. On joue combien de temps encore?
C'est jusqu'à 2 heures.
Wow, it makes the call. John gets a pot-sized river bet paid off on the river with pocket eights.
Gets to sit down as well. And maybe the stand-up game creeping into Lupu's thought process there. As we're into the wee hours here in Rozvadov. Henry, we're back tomorrow, aren't we?
We are indeed. Same time, same place. Same funky people in the booth.
Same game?
Same game, I believe.
1-2-4.
Yeah, a little 1-2-4. Down your local.
Can you put the AC on for a little bit there, Paul?
Parce que ça, tu vois, là, j'étais content de voir un 6 à côté officieux. Bah, moi, je veux voir une belle carte.
You haven't got a jacket on.
Oh well.
So sick.
Queen 10 versus Ace Jack to the flop. Ace King 4. Gold way out in front. If he makes 2 pair though, it could be a problem as Lupu blasts in some chippies. I wouldn't be surprised to see a raise here from Goj. He does just come to the call, but he's been very switched on tonight.
C'est moi qui vais t'entendre en fait.
T'as pris la mienne en fait.
Looks like they're a bit too deep. Oh my word, the jack of clubs.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
On the turn, and Lupu is going to get unstuck some of the 400k. 17-7 in the middle.
12, 12.5.
See what he comes with. Yeah, back on 12, believe. Sick read, Mr. Gazibi.
Thank you, sir.
What a turn card.
Not my first rodeo.
Ace or a jack needed. Back-to-back callers for Gauche. Set over set the previous hand. He's now turned 2 pair. His opponent has turned a straight. 3 of clubs on the river. And finally, Lupu has the stone cold nuts in a spot. I'd like to see him just blast here.
Yeah.
Just like 2x pot.
I think I'd love to see that as well, but I think we'll see something more in the line of 32.
Like your image, everything, diamonds, brick, just do it.
32-2, that's my guess. What are you choosing, Henry?
I'm choosing 60,000. Like B150. You've literally been blasting every hand all night. You finally got it. Your opponent snap called flop, snap called turn. Just fire out a big bet. You unblock all the pairs. Most importantly, you unblock top pair.
32-2. I know I'm wrong.
That is huge.
He has bombed that.
Wow, a snap fold. Gauche just snap fold 2 pair. Oh, I mean, Gauche, take a bow. I mean, talk about just making a name for yourself.
Wow.
In less than
Henry.
16 hours of televised poker.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
All right, folks, we're back. Three-handed action, the Italian poker sport final table. Kurdish raising on the button to take that one down. Mark on the button here, sub 10 bigs. Blinds have gone up, by the way. 800k is the small blind, 1.6 million is the big blind with a 1.6 million running big blind ante. That's 800, 1.6, 1.6. Yellow chips are now in play. They're all 1 million each. Mark shoves on the button, and the Queen 7 is going to be a bit of a stretch here for the chip leader. Ten 9 off suit in the small. I prefer to use this as a jam, but he just decided to complete. Mark just about 7 bigs, no point in messing around, just put the pressure on. Now, I'm going to bet 2 million and take it down. Eight 6 offsuit, raising to 3.4 million. Mark shoving with the ace 4 of hearts. Nice pick up there for the ace 4 suited. And Jakub raising to 3.2 million in the small blind here. don't really like this raise size at all. Jakob, way too small. Pricing in chip leader with anything in the big blind. King 8-3 is the flop. Jakob with a pair of threes. What a pick up here on the button for Jakob. Oh, here we go. Mark is in the big blind with ace queen. Sick timing for Mark. Just wants to be rejamming this one all day. The shoves falling and call. Massive pot here, 37.2 million. As one guy says, ace always comes though. Well, we're about to find out. 37.2 million in this pot. Mark is the one at risk. Jakob with the opportunity to have very close chip stack compared to the chip leader. Could be not too far behind. Big moment here for this tournament. Ace in the window. Ace 7-6, and now Mark set to double up. Jakob set to be paying under 50 mil once again. Turn is a deuce. Is there to be a king of kings on the river? River is the 8 of hearts, and now that really evens things out in this three-handed affair because Mark is not that far behind Jakob. He didn't want to lose that one. Mark now with 19% of all the chips in play, Jakob with 36%, and Korish with 55% of all the chips in play, being 66 big blinds. One guy, 1969, says ace queen versus kings is actually a flip of best in my experience. Mini game is down the street. There's no time for bad beat stories around here. I know what you mean though. The ace does tend to flop out a lot. That is the nature of the beast that is No Limit Hold'em tournaments. And what a meteoric rise Mark has had. All the bay jump, three-handed, gets the double up. Now putting himself in contention. One double up away there, and he's not too far behind the ship leader. That's the way it is. Not sure what the chip leader is saying here. He's not involved in the hand, so he can talk away to a certain extent, of course. Jakob going to call here for 3.7 million. With 15.6 million in the middle, Mark has to know he can't win by checking. Mark does give up. And Mark's total live earnings is almost 50k. He's had a few little binks, but nothing major. And that was all coming from almost one tournament for 44,000 euro. Jakob deciding to turn his hand into a bluff. Came second in the German poker days. Mark did. The 14th of October 2021, getting €37,904. Gresh raising to 6.6 million with the 10-6 diamonds. That's going to get rid of his competition. Jakob now playing 55 million min raises. And Quresh wants to be 3-betting this one, I think, from the small blind a considerable portion of the time. Okay to just call as well. But I like the idea of putting the pressure on here. Put the pressure on to 10 million. This is a very small 3-bet sizing to 7.8 million. Jakob not even going to consider calling there. I think Jakob was priced in to see a flop. Mark shoving from the button for 24 mil, and this could spell disaster for Mark. Jakob with pocket tens, all in over the top. We've got an all in and call situation, 52.4 million in the middle, and Mark shriveling up here because ace-4 being folded in the big blind by the chip leader. Giant Dad 4-2 off in the house says, oh, oh indeed. Just 23% equity here for Mark. And here we go. King 6-3 is the flop. Turn is a 7. Mark can now hit a straight with a 5. He needs a Barry otherwise. Here's the river. River is the jack. Mark Italiano bringing in a fantastic performance. Really impressive stuff. done his nation proud, and he will take home €69,000 and a 10 grand ticket on top. Fantastic stuff. Unlucky sort of good game. He got all the ladders. Can't complain at all. And now we are left with two. And what a heads-up battle about to commence. Koresh with nearly 60% of the chips in play, but Jakub with 42. This is a deep heads-up battle. 70 bigs playing 50. Both would make very worthy champions at this stage. Nail-biting stuff. Johan at the back post. Average stack is 60 big blinds. Yes, Johan, thank you. We're gonna continue straight away here. This is a joint heads-up battle, by the way. $88,000, the difference between first and second. So the pressure is on. Full house here for the four deuce. Jack 6-5 is the flop. Jakub in raising. Koresh calling. And he has an inside straight draw. But he's not going to go to try see a turn here. Jakub takes it down with a bet of 4.5 million. Odo says 80k heads up in a €380 buy-in seems insane. Well, it's not every day you play in a 4,000 player field for €380 buy-in, so generating that kind of prize pool, this is what happens. And it looks like he's going quite prioritizing from the get-go in position. He's going with the 10-5 here, raising to 4 1.8 million, the full 3x. Not a sizing you really want to use in your display, but this is a very unorthodox pair. You bet a 5 million and a call. Turn is another ace. And a check. And now fresh. Checking back. River is a 5. And now Jakob. I think if we want to bet here, we want to bet about 10 to 15% of the pot. No more than 4 million. He goes for 6.5. We'll get the job done. Jello says, good night everyone, thanks for the stream. You were more than welcome. Thank you for joining us. See you again next time. What have we got next weekend? We've got the Benelux Classics, then we've got the German Poker Days, then we've got the Euro Poker Millions. Timmy Two Shots asks, are all of these tournament held in Kings? Yes, live from the Kings Resort in Rozhadov, Europe's biggest card room. And Timmy Two Shots, if you're looking to find additional information about this resort, just head over to our website www.kingsresort.com. All the information is there. You can even get some mad cool merchandise. They've got great new collections on there. Two pair now for the chip leader. Although I say chip leader and it's only a couple of big blinds that are separating the two now. And 242 of the day. Streaming over the 10-hour mark now. And both players looking, I wouldn't say fresh, but a bit of a bop and a hop in their step.
This is for the first, okay? Just for you. It's nice trophy. Man. I wish the best luck for everyone.
They are showing off the trophy, and it looks like a nice one. And Koresh taking that one down with a pair of deuces on the river. Johan says it looks like he needed new glasses. I'll tell you, if he needs new glasses, I definitely need new glasses as well. I don't wear glasses, but I think it's fast approaching that time for me, not when I'm looking at the screen, of course. It's always things that are far away. Even when I'm at the poker table, if I get a seat that's the far end of the table, it's not that I struggle to see flop, turns and rivers, it's just sometimes I want to be make sure I'm seeing the right cards, and the light reflecting on them can sometimes be uncomfortable for me. I seem to have very sensitive eyes. So there's a little bit about myself. Not even going to deliberate calling with a Jack-7. I think he's playing very strange. He goes with certain hands and then won't even consider defending with others. Very deliberate as well. He plays very quick. Just a bit too tight from Surish so far. Johan says for him, ace-8 is a 3-bet, and I agree. It's okay to just call, but I would prefer to just use this in our 3-betting range. Hannah Disco says ace-8 should at least call at one street. 2 million is the bet from the 8-6 offsuit. Jakob is going to call with his pair of deuces. Turn is a jack of hearts. Turn goes check, check. River's the ace of diamonds. So here we have flop coming with 10-9 offsuit for Jakob. Both players flopping a pair of nines. Kurdish with the better pair. So 4 million is the bet, and now the turn, giving Kurdish 2 pair. And now he's checking. And now Jakob looks like he's going to bet. Going to bet 6 million. And Kurdish going nowhere. River is the queen. Kurdish going to hate that card. Jakob going to love that card. 28.6 million in the middle. Now, if I want to get paid by a hand like the one Kurdish has, I'm not betting small here. I would like to see Jakob bet at least 16 million. Goes for 12. I'll allow it. Now, difficult decision here for Kurdish. I don't know if he can fold, especially heads up. So hard to get a hand. Kurdish will be disgusted to see that. Jakob, now your chip leader. Jakob now playing nearly 50 million more than his opponent. Kurz needs to just remain composed. Jakob, all momentum shifting in his direction. He has played so well at this final table, and I was shocked to see that he's only 8k in winnings before this event. He could be an online player. I don't think he was, so I've seen him using some very small sizings and spots, especially out of position that he wants to be betting. We're making it bigger. So he's just really dialed in. Zachary saying finally something for Jakob. Yeah. And Kurz seems to be up and down in his seat, like he just needs to remain relaxed. He's like he wants to get this over with. We see this actually a lot when people get down short-handed. And when you've all the momentum with you and hit every river imaginable at the final table and played well in some big boy poker spots, this guy needs some new glasses. Yeah, I'm saying if I need to get glasses, then that guy is obviously struggling to see. Somebody get that man a fresh pair of glasses. Yeah, it can be frustrating with the lights on you guys, and if you're polar opposite of the table is quite long. Maybe somebody get him a monocle. Jakob getting a walk. Jakob now playing 124 million. And Sack says in Omaha he has 4 lenses. Very funny. I like this. Very clever. Look at those beautiful graphics in the background. No expense spared at the King's Resort. King 10-8 is the flop. D22K say, did they talk about a deal at some point? Officially, no deals are allowed. I will say this, I've been watching this for all day, really, all night. And commentate on 258 hands. Today's his hand 259. Both of these players are worthy champions because they were really good at putting pressure on in the right spots at this FD. Jakob navigating from a small stack to a big stack. Kurish really applying pressure and adding so much chips in crucial situations. Yes, of course, he had some really favourable outcomes, hitting pocket pair after pocket pair at the right moments. I mean, that King's three-way all in, that's just a dream scenario. But Jakob has just been so good at navigating his way through, really thinking about his decisions. But I wouldn't begrudge either man the title at this stage. Look at the top right hand corner of the screen, 2 remaining from 3,847 championship rounds. No point in giving up now. How bad do you want that title? Kurish opening, and Jakob 3-betting with the ace-7 suited. Interesting that he's 3-betting the ace-7 suited and didn't opt to 3-bet the ace-8 offsuit earlier. Jakob raising to 3.5 million on the button with Queen 10, and Kurish with pocket jacks in the big. Wants to be 3-betting this one, and 3-betting this one to about 14 million. Or 13.5. Around 4x. 10 million on top sounds good to me. And he goes for the 3-bet, 212, and Jakob's going to call for the additional 8.5. 25.6 in the pot as we see the flop. 993 is the flop. Now, of course, doesn't want to bet too quick. Give it a minute, man. When he bets this fast, it's rarely ever going to be a bluff. He does not need to be loading up like this. Kurish, calm down, buddy. Oh, holy God, he's betting full pot. I would have liked to see him bet about 7 million there. Would have been fine. Not 20. There's 25 million in the pot. He could have bet something as little as 5.5, 6 million. Just not going to get any action there unless he's beat when he's betting 20 million. course, I guess the reason he's standing up is because he can't see. He could just ask to sit closer. I don't think it would be big of a deal, especially when they're playing for this kind of money. He's like a jack in the box, in and out of his seat. It's not good. It's very hard to remain composed and stay confident and solid. E22 is asking, why did you not allow to make a deal? Because I'd be out of a job. We would be out of a ton of action. We aim to please on this channel. What they do away from the table is up to them. But while we're at the table, they can't officially be making deals. So take from that what you will. There's so many tournaments that would just get chopped 5 ways, and no one wants to see them play on for the trophy once they've dealt 5 ways or 6 ways, or even I've heard of deals happening with 9 people. It's just silly. I understand there's massive pay jumps, but they're adults, they'll figure it out themselves. I like seeing them in there for the glory, wanting that title, wanting to be able to say they are the champion. This time, the Italian poker sport champion. Porter's going to take this one down. I feel like Jakob should have maybe barreled there. Tree is flop. Jakob betting 3 million. Borish calling with his flush draw. Uh-oh. Turn is the king of clubs. Jakob gonna bet 5 million. 5 will make you get down now. Boris will just call. There is a queen, and now Jakob with 2 pair. This is a disastrous card here. Jakob going to bet 20 million. Korish just going to call, and now Korish going to be back in pole position, playing 112 million. What a terrible run out here for Jakob. I guess he just has to call on the river. Well, he'll be able to afford a fantastic new pair of glasses. That's one thing to take away from all of this. A monocle, a magnifying glass, 2 pairs of glasses, one for when he's driving on with his shades and one for when he's at the poker table. Jakob shoving over the top. It's like he's frustrated now.
60, 70 million. If you
And
want
Kurdish
10 million, 20, 30, 40, 50.
can't call here. It's way too big of a jam here by Jakob.
57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 63, 65, 67, 69, 71, something small extra. 71, around 70. 70.
Blinds are up. 1 million, 2 million. 2 million running big blind ante. That was way, way too big of a jam from Jakob with the ace jack, by the way. He might have induced significant action from the ace 8 had he not just shoved it. And that seemed very much on the side of frustration. Guys, if you're enjoying the show, and I hope you bloody are at this stage, you should tune in next weekend. We've got the Benelux Classic, always a good one. We are spoiled for choice over the next few months. Massive amount of events taking place at the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. Week in, week out, 365 days of the year, pretty much 24/7. We're spreading 8 million. Jakob conceding. Things are heating up. Not much separating the two. Okay, sorry. There's less than 20 big blinds between the two. It looks like a lot when you see 80 million and 120, but it's really not. Oh, that's a juicy hand. King, queen of diamonds. What the hell? What's going on here? It's just gone all in and called. This is crazy. I mean, the hands aren't crazy, but the action, how quick that happened. Kurish didn't bat an eyelid. Over the top. 163 million in the pot. Is this to be the last hand of the Italian poker sport final table? Jakob with 45% equity here with the king, queen of diamonds. Kurish with the ace-9 off suit. Here we go. It's 2-pair for Kurish. Straight draw for Jakob. This one isn't over, but Jakob just with 16% equity as we hit the turn. 81.5 big blind pot. Turn is another 10. Just 4 outs as we hit the river. Yes! River is a 10. Kurish has done it. He is your Italian poker main event champione. Guys, what a day of poker it's been, and last night running into the late hours of the morning, or the early hours of the morning. I would like to say a massive thanks to everyone that tuned in on YouTube, the Action Army on Twitch. You've been fantastic all day. It's been a pleasure. I want to say a massive thanks to my moderators. Big thanks to the King's Resort for putting on a great show for nearly 4,000 runners. You can find us on all the usual social media platforms, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, King's Resort Official on there. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube and Twitch if you like the channel. I'll be back next weekend. I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. And a massive thanks to the moderators that are always there with me from start to finish. Couldn't do it without you, so thanks again. Alrighty, I'm outie. Chat yous after.
Which end